version of the SPS bench request that includes the contract. So if you were looking last night, it didn't have the contract. This morning it does. So I thank Ms. Beza for getting that taken care of. And I believe SPS might have to amend their filing with the commission if they filed it to go into InfoShare. We are being live streamed. Thank you, Miss Anna.
Hearing Examiner Hurst, I can hear you perfectly fine, but I cannot see you, just FYI.
Yeah, that's my new persona. There we go. Are we going to have anything procedural that we need to deal with before we begin our hearing in 5 minutes? Mr. DeSalen, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. Yes, I just want to mention that in the interest of time here, CCAE will waive all of the remaining cross-examination that it has reserved. Thank you.
Okay, all right, let me mark that down. Do, 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 do. One, two, three, four. Okay. Anybody else have any procedural matters?
Madam Examiner, SPS will waive cross-examination of charge points witness.
Do, 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 do. Okay.
But we do have cross-examination for Ms. Lang. So
Okay.
thank you.
Very well. Thank you. Okay. We are going to start in 4 minutes. I'm going to go get some water. So I shall return. Okay, I guess let's admit our witness. All right. Good morning, Mr. Lee. How are you?
Good. How are you, Judge?
I'm doing okay, except there's no water and the water machine has keeled over. Other than that, I have coffee. Decaffeinated, of course. So I think we're ready, sir, if you're ready.
Yes, Judge. Please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Good morning. We are back on our record from our evening recess, and we're going to continue with the presentation of the evidence in this case. And I believe our next witness is the charge point witness. And Mr. Yar, will you or Mr. Dunbar be presenting that witness?
Good morning, Your Honor. It'll be Mr. Dunbar.
Very well. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, hearing examiner. Good morning. Charge point calls Mal Scowron to the stand.
Good morning, Ms. Gowron.
Madam Hearing Examiner.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Ms. Scowron, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Scowron.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Mal Skowron. That's Skowron.
And by whom are you employed and in what position?
I'm employed by ChargePoint as a manager of regulatory policy.
And did you cause direct testimony to be filed in this case on July 12th, 2024, which included attachments MS1 and MS2, and which has been marked as ChargePoint Exhibit 1?
Yes, I did.
Was the testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
And if I asked you the questions in your direct testimony again today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission of ChargePoint Exhibit 1.
Any objection to what's been identified as Charge Point Exhibit 1, Ms. Scowron's direct testimony as affirmed by her here today? Hearing no objection, Charge Point 1 is admitted. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you. Ms. Scowron, did you also cause to be filed in this case rebuttal testimony originally filed on July 31, 2024 and corrected on August 7th, 2024, and which has been marked as ChargePoint Exhibit 2?
Yes, I did.
And was that rebuttal testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
And if I asked you the questions in that testimony again today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Madam Hearing Examiner, at this time I would move for the admission of ChargePoint Exhibit 2, the the corrected rebuttal testimony of Mal Scowron.
Any objection to what's been identified as Charge Point Exhibit 2, the corrected rebuttal testimony of Ms. Scowron? Hearing no objections, and with the caution that I've given other witnesses, Ms. Scowron, the commission rules specifically define what rebuttal is under 1.2.2.35N1. And basically, it's evidence that repels, counteracts, or explains testimony already in the case. Parts of your testimony, including the first 2 pages of your testimony, where you reiterate your direct testimony, are not proper rebuttal testimony. However, as with the other witnesses, I'm not going to strike the witness. I'm not going to strike it, but I just caution you that in the future, any testimony needs to be compliant with the rule. Based upon that, and there being no objection, SPS, charge point exhibit 2, the corrected version of Ms. Gowron's rebuttal testimony is admitted. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. And similar to Mr. DeSalen's statement yesterday, I instructed Ms. Gowron on including a summary of her recommendations in her rebuttal testimony, so that blame lies with me. But with that, there's nothing further from us. Ms. Gowron is available for cross-examination and hearing examiner questions.
Thank you. And Ms. Gowron, SPS just waived their questions for you. So I believe that the next witness or the next party who has reserved time to ask you some questions is the New Mexico large company group. And who will be asking questions, Mr. Rushoff or Ms. Roach?
Good morning, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
There you are, Mr. Rushoff.
I probably should have raised this a bit sooner, but we are also going to waive our cross-examination.
Okay. That brings us to
Thank
you, Ms. Lynch. Thank you. And I believe that Prosperity Works reserved 10 minutes for questions for Ms. Scowron. Go ahead.
Correct. Thank you, Hearing Examiner. Hi, Ms. Gowron. My name's Carol Lynch. I'm representing Prosperity Works.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you, you too. Do you have your direct testimony in front of you?
I do.
Okay. We're mostly going to be spending some time on the issue of credit cards, and in your direct testimony at page 15, lines 1 through 2, you state that SPS proposes an elimination of the credit card reader requirement. ChargePoint strongly supports that as a modification. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat which line number you're looking at?
Lines 1 through 2. It starts at page 15, which is your actual page 15. It's showing up as 17 in the PDF.
Yes, I see that. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do you agree that access to EV charging in general expands EV use and ownership?
Yes, absolutely. That is a part of why ChargePoint exists, is to drive EV adoption through the availability of charging infrastructure.
Okay. Do you know if all classes of ratepayers pay for public charging stations?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Is the question, can you rephrase that?
Do you know who, like in this TEP, is it all customers that will be paying for the public charging stations? If you don't know, that's okay. It could be outside the realm of your expertise.
My understanding is that the costs of the TEP would be spread across all customers, yes.
Okay. So in the modification as proposed, ChargePoint not only wants to eliminate the credit card chip readers that were required in the previous TEP, but credit card readers in general. Is that correct?
We support SPS's recommendation to eliminate all payment requirements, correct?
So broadly speaking, it would be the elimination of chip readers and even more generally, the elimination of credit card readers on public charging stations.
That is correct.
And is that for all stations, public and private charging stations?
So I think it's important to know that ChargePoint stations that are designed for public use come with a contactless payment processor on the station. So a driver who is using a public DC fast charger, for example, would be able to approach it and initiate a charging session by tapping their contactless credit card. So we generally support contactless cards as a method of payment. However, in this instance where SPS is setting program requirements and equipment requirements to be able for customers to be able to access incentive funds, we believe that broadly eliminating payment requirements is going to be the best and most flexible option for SPS customers who are interested in installing charging services that are best suited to their property. So because the EVSI programs, for example, are going to be expanded to fleet and workplace and multifamily customers who may have shared private stations, we believe it is the simplest solution to eliminate payment requirements for all stations rather than create exceptions, which could cause confusion in some cases.
Do ChargePoint public-facing chargers used in other jurisdictions contain contactless credit card payments, payment infrastructure, or do they accept contactless payment?
It does depend on the station model, but our new devices that are designed for public use generally accept contactless credit cards. Yes.
Let me ask for a clarification just a second, Ms. Lynch. Ms. Gowron, the charging stations that you're referring to, the new ones, are those just the ChargePoint stations or all charger stations?
I can't speak to what other manufacturers use. I can say that ChargePoint stations designed for public use have contactless credit cards.
Okay.
A big part of that has been driven by the NEVI program, the Federal Infrastructure Funding Program for charging stations, which requires contactless as a minimum.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lynch.
So this leads me to a follow-up question. You are aware that other federal and state EV and EVSI programs require public chargers to have credit card readers, correct?
My understanding is that some federal programs, such as NEVI, establish payment requirements. There are many other make-ready programs or programs similar to what SPS is proposing that do not establish minimum payment requirements.
Do you understand that a lack of credit card equipment on public-facing chargers would be a change from the previous step to this step?
Yes, I understand that that would be a change. And I believe my direct testimony discusses how ChargePoint is supportive of many of the changes that SPS proposed in this step in order to allow more customers to be able to take advantage of the incentive programs by eliminating certain program requirements that presented a challenge.
Ms. Lynch, this is hearing examiner Cranky. I'm just letting you know you do have just under 3 minutes remaining on the timer.
Okay. Are you aware of the reasons that the commission required public chargers to include credit card chip readers in the last step?
I was not involved in the last step, but my understanding is that the intent was to ensure that drivers that have a chip-based credit card are able to pay for charging with their chip-based card.
So would you agree that one of the changes in credit card use or in credit cards is that most people today have a contactless credit card, not necessarily requiring a chip reader to be used for credit card readers?
Yes, I would say in the last several years, contactless based cards have proliferated substantially to the extent that most people are, or more people are gaining access to them.
Do you know what interoperability is for charging stations?
I believe so.
Could you give us a definition of interoperability?
My understanding of interoperability would be the ability to seamlessly use different charging stations, regardless of your vehicle or equipment or payment method.
So, streamlining the payment method, for example, allowing the public to use credit cards at public charger stations would be one way to improve interoperability between charger stations.
Is that
Correct?
a question?
Yes. Would including contactless credit card payment on public charging stations improve the interoperability of those charging stations?
I would say yes, and that's why many charging stations designed for public use, designed and manufactured by ChargePoint, have contactless credit readers.
Okay, thank you. I see that my time is up. Have more questions, but I think this is also a good place to stop, hearing examiner.
All right, Ms. Lynch, thank you very much.
Thank you,
And
Ms. Scouron. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
I believe, Mr. Rossi, that you reserved 5 minutes for
That's correct.
questions.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
ma'am.
sir.
Good morning, Ms. Scouron. I'm Nicholas Rossi, and I'm representing PRC staff. You've already answered my questions actually about the chip or the tap to pay with a credit card, so I can move on from that. I think what we're sort of hopeful for is a situation where a purchaser wouldn't necessarily need an account. For example, I can pull up to the local Allsups, pull out my card, or BP or 76, pull out my card and just pay. I don't need an account with them. In your systems, is an account necessary? Or like say the situation, my dad borrows a car, needs to fill up. Can he pull up, use his tap credit card and pay, or is an account needed?
For ChargePoint stations, any person, any driver can pull up to a station without a ChargePoint account to initiate a session on a public charger using their credit card. Where we see a challenge sometimes with credit cards is it adds additional equipment costs to a station to be able to process payment on the station itself. And so there are some use cases. So for example, a workplace charger or a multifamily charger that's going to be used by an individual or the same set of individuals on a consistent basis, where we feel that the trade-off between the equipment cost and the ability to accept a contactless card is a decision that should be made by the site host to accommodate the needs of the drivers for that particular charger. But for the example that you gave, where you have a traditional retail fuel provider that's offering on-the-go charging services, we believe contactless is the appropriate standard.
If one of those that's sort of locked down, you can't use a card of any sort. If I pull up, say, Google Maps or whatever, my favorite search engine, and say EV charging access near me, will those ones that are sort of locked down show up, or does it limit those out so somebody doesn't accidentally drive to one that, well, actually, I can't buy the electricity here?
It depends on the station. So for example, charging stations at a workplace might be available to employees at a discount, and then also generally available to the public for visitors of that office space or people who are not regular employees but are at the office building for some reason. So it does vary, and it depends on the customer or the site host to determine whether they want to make that charger publicly visible to other individuals. But generally, if you do have a station like that, then I would say the majority of operators do not display that station as public.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Ms. Scalron, is this the first time that you've testified here in New Mexico?
It is, yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
I think some of the questions that, I don't know if you've been listening, but some of the questions that I have asked prior witnesses, I probably should have just waited and asked you. Since you seem to be more familiar with the way that the chargers actually operate. So I kind of want to start with that, in that some of the programs in SPS's proposed TEP have certain windows, or they've gone from a 3 window to now it's going to be a 1 window. That in order to participate for the program and get the benefits, it's going to be like from midnight until noon. Are you familiar with that concept that's being proposed?
Yes, yeah. The time of use rates and also the managed charging programs. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
And so I'm kind of wondering if, I'd ask, does that mean everyone has to get up at midnight if they want to participate in this and turn the charger on? And I was told no, but I wasn't really, my curiosity is not assuaged as to how these chargers work. Can you enlighten me on your knowledge of how your company's charger could it participate in this managed program to where it's going to turn on at midnight?
Absolutely, Your Honor. So ChargePoint has a home charging product for residential customers who want to install a charger at their home called HomeFlex. And that's a networked level 2 charger. So what that means is that the charger can be remotely controlled by its owner to set a schedule, It's connected to the internet, so it can respond to signals that come from a utility or a managed charging program provider to be able to turn off or ramp down at certain times of day, depending on the signals received. So at a basic level, an individual can set their charger to only operate starting at a certain time. So let's say you get home from work at 6 p.m. and plug your vehicle in and go back home and carry out the rest of your evening. You can operate or set a charging schedule with a ChargePoint charger such that charging doesn't begin until midnight or whatever other time you set. Those times can be set remotely. And so if there's a change that needs to happen, so an unexpected trip, you can begin charging sooner than that and deviate from your schedule. It's also possible to, within the ChargePoint app, specifically look at what the utilities rates are and then adjust to that automatically. So ChargePoint has the ability to pull that information and then set the schedule automatically in certain utility service territories.
Does it provide this kind of product in SPS's service territory?
Yes, the charger is available for purchase across all jurisdictions.
Do you know whether or not SPS has actually utilized ChargePoint products in their service territory in New Mexico?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if the question is whether participants of the EV home wiring program have purchased ChargePoint chargers. I'm sure there are some active in SPS's service territory, but I don't know the extent to which those chargers are being used for existing or previous programs.
Do you know whether or not for any of the installations the SPS has put in, whether or not they've used any ChargePoint product?
I don't know sitting here today.
Okay, because when you're in your page 1 of starting your direct testimony, you indicate that you don't just provide services, but you actually provide hardware. And as you've indicated today, you provide these level 2, but you also provide DCFC products, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And including ones that are potentially utilized by medium duty and transit fleets, right?
Yes, fleet customers are a big part of ChargePoint's portfolio.
And you go on, and this is of particular interest to me in response to a question I asked the engineer yesterday, and she didn't know. You go on to say that the products that ChargePoint has are UL listed, CE or EU certified, and that your level 2 products are Energy Star certified, right?
That's correct.
And because I asked about that yesterday because I recall from the CEP initial program that I did for another utility that that those things were important, and I believe they ended up being required in PNM's program. Do you know whether or not non-charge point products, hardware products, comply with those same requirements?
Yes, there are competitor products that have similar certifications. Yes.
Do you know if all of the existing hardware being offered today complies with those?
My understanding is that if a driver were to go on Amazon, for example, looking for a home charger product, they could likely purchase one that is not Energy Star certified, for example. Those products are available on the market, but there are options for chargers that meet certain safety standards and Energy Star certification and products that don't.
Energy Star certification and
Safety certification, I believe is what I said.
So basically these products aren't just like plugging in a toaster and it being just an electric issue, right? I mean, from what you've testified to about the programmability and the internet connection of the charging product, basically they're kind of include like little computerized function, right?
Yes, I would say the products that ChargePoint manufactures are very computer-like in the sense that they can connect to the internet and can be controlled by your phone and have other features like that.
And one of the recommendations that you've made in this case is that you believe that all of the level 2 charging equipment utilized in the TEP should be Energy Star certified, right?
That's my testimony. Yes.
Do you know, do they cost more?
I haven't done an analysis on the differences in cost. I would say that Energy Star certification is something that a company can pursue in order to indicate that a charger, when it's in standby mode and not actively charging, is using minimal energy. And so we generally believe that those kinds of that kind of performance aligns with the goal of SPS's programs, which is to make sure that charging equipment that is installed in SPS territory can serve as an asset to the grid and distribution system rather than an unnecessary or difficult to manage load. And so managed charging programs are one way to help make sure that residential charging load is integrated easily into the system. Requirements like Energy Star are another tool in the toolbox to minimize the load that residential EV charging stations have.
Did SPS accept that recommendation?
My understanding is that SPS did not accept that recommendation, subject to check, I believe.
Do you know why?
So I recall that in Mr. Murphy's rebuttal testimony, he discussed the need to reduce barriers to residential customers participating in the program and suggested that adding any additional requirements to the chargers for the residential program would be a barrier.
In addition to offering the hardware, ChargePoint also offers management services, and don't they? For their chargers?
Yes,
Is it-
so ChargePoint does both hardware manufacturing and the software component, which we believe is our focus to help drivers and customers operating public charging services the ability to manage those stations remotely.
And is that done, I'm assuming that's done for a fee?
Yes, for a commercial charging station, there's a benefit to being able to have your station appear as part of a larger network. So, for example, let's say you have a retail fuel provider that wants to be easily discoverable by EV drivers passing through the area. Being part of a larger network, such as ChargePoint's network, allows drivers to easily find that charger, which provides a benefit to the commercial operator of that station because they can increase utilization and get more drivers to come to their station by being part of that larger network.
Okay. But I guess I was wondering, for example, if a residential customer decided that they wanted to be in the passive program and not the managed program, because they didn't want SPS to manage their usage, can they contract with you if they have your charger and have you manage their charging times, etc.?
Oh, I understand your question. So ChargePoint devices provide the means for a customer to be able to respond to a managed charging program or a time of use rate. And so we provide that capability. But ChargePoint generally relies on the existence of such a program to be able to offer those benefits. So, for example, the time of use rate that's available in SPS's service territory is provides lower cost charging at off-peak times. The benefit of a ChargePoint charger is that you can use our device to respond to those price signals easily, regardless of the vehicle that you drive. Right? Because some new EVs have the ability to schedule charging within the vehicle itself. But a lot of EVs don't have that capability, particularly the older ones. And so a ChargePoint device is the means to participate in these kinds of programs, regardless of the vehicle that's being driven. So it equalizes the access to all kinds of time of use rates and managed charging programs.
And moving on in your testimony, part of the issue that you had with the EVSI program is that the incentives weren't equal. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And SPS accepted that recommendation, or at least part of that recommendation, didn't they?
Yes, I believe they agreed to offer 100% rebate to chargers cited in disadvantaged communities or underserved communities.
So you consider that one a win?
So
a positive outcome?
Yeah, I think it's a positive outcome that customers located in those communities are going to be able to look at both participation options in the EVSI program and make a decision based on the ownership model that makes the most sense for them, rather than the option that delivers them the largest incentive. So the ability for customers to be able to look at both options on equal footing, and make a decision based on what makes the most sense for them is definitely a win.
But you think the modification should have applied to all, not just underserved communities?
I do continue to believe that that modification should apply to all customers. Yes.
And additionally, your recommendation to include a rebate tier for higher KW stations, the DCFC stations, that was also accepted by SPS, wasn't it?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe our request was to allow for lower KW equipment to be eligible, and SPS seemed to accept that recommendation.
They don't want to just want to make sure that I understand your position, Ms. Scouron, that I understand, and this has to do with the issue that that Ms. Lynch was talking with you about with the credit card readers.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you support SPS's proposal to eliminate the credit card reader, right?
Yes, I do.
And a credit card reader is not the same thing as contactless pay, is it?
So I think in the past, the TEP programs have required a chip reader specifically. So that's a credit card reader that requires a user to insert their device or insert their card, and have a chip read. A contactless reader is another type of payment processor where a driver can tap their card, to process payment. It's different hardware. The primary difference is that in a charging station, the contactless tap to pay reader is internal to the station, whereas a chip reader device is external, something that can be tampered with, something that can be affected by dust or sand or weather generally. And so they're both payment processors, but ChargePoint supports contactless based payment processors on public facing stations.
And I heard you say that ChargePoint's chargers have contactless payment, right?
Many of our public facing products, yes, have a
Okay.
contactless credit card reader.
Okay. So you're not opposed then to contactless, a contactless requirement?
I would
Or are you?
not. Yeah, thank you for that. I would not say we're opposed to a contactless credit card reader requirement for public facing stations if the determination is that it is in the best interest of drivers to have a minimum payment requirement. My position, however, is that it may not be necessary to establish payment requirements in this program to serve the best interests of drivers. And the reason for that is operators of charging stations, ChargePoint's customers, want to drive utilization at their charging stations. They want to be able to attract drivers, make it easy to pay for a charging session, and get drivers on their way. So we believe that there's already a market force that supports contactless credit card readers on public stations, and that it would not be necessary to establish an additional program requirement in this TEP for customers that receive an incentive to install charging.
Do you oppose credit card readers for all commercial installation or only the private chargers, the private commercial chargers?
I would say that we would not support payment requirements on private chargers, but for public chargers, I think, again, because of the market forces that drive operators of charging stations to have contactless credit card readers anyway, that is less of a concern for public stations.
And is that your typical customer would be like you know, a shopping mall or a Walmart or a gas station, that you think that they already have the incentive to want to, I'm assuming, make money by having people utilize their charging station?
Yes, our ChargePoint's customers serve a variety of different businesses. So retail areas, shopping areas, grocery stores, traditional fueling providers, and then runs the gamut to workplaces, multifamily settings, fleet operators. Every use case for charging is a potential ChargePoint customer. And I should add that each of those businesses have different priorities when they're thinking about installing charging. So the kinds of customers that we have serving retail applications, for example, are the kinds of customers that inherently would want to drive utilization by making payment methods accessible and easy to use for anyone who approaches the station, regardless of whether they have a ChargePoint account on their phone or not.
So your customer base is more commercial than residential?
I would say it varies. So, as I mentioned, we also have a home product where any driver can install the charger in their garage. Off the top of my head, I don't know what the relative comparison is between residential and commercial chargers in our portfolio, but we serve all of them.
Is your product considered to be, I mean, I don't know chargers, but I know, like with cars, you have like an entry level product, a mid-level product, then you have a high-end product. How would you characterize the hardware type product or can you offer in your products the entry, the mid, and the high end?
Yes. So there are different I don't want to say levels, but different types of charge point products that are more suited to different use cases. So for example, ChargePoint has a product that doesn't have a display screen on it, and is suited for applications like a fleet or multifamily setting where a vehicle is being served by that one charger consistently. And that charger is at a lower price point than some of our commercial offerings that have a display screen, a payment processor, and other kinds of features that make it friendlier to any driver driving up and using it for the first time. So there are different levels of our products that are suited to different use cases. Now, that doesn't mean a multifamily or workplace couldn't install a higher tier charging station, but we believe it's important for each customer to be able to make that decision of what product they want to offer based on who they're going to serve.
And I wanted to ask you to clarify a sentence. And I'm sorry, I read your initial testimony and I didn't want to print more paper, so I'm sure we'll find it here because it's on my page 23, and you're answering the question posed at the page before that says, does ChargePoint support the proposed distribution side investments? And you're answering that question, yes. And you have a sentence that says, there is a fundamental mismatch in the timeline to build new high-powered EV charging station and the time to energize it. That was your testimony?
Yes,
can you
that's my testimony.
Can you elaborate on this fundamental mismatch?
Yes. Speaking specifically for DC fast charging stations, the load that a new DC fast charging station can add to the system in one spot is pretty significant compared to the time it takes to construct that charging station. So, for example, let's say you have a large public station that feasibly could add 600 kilowatts or a megawatt of load to one site. That site can be constructed and have chargers installed in a matter of weeks. You trench, run some conduit, install the charger, and the load is there. By comparison, if you look at other types of large commercial customers that add that kind of load instantaneously, the construction process for that new housing development or a new retail area or some other large load would take many years potentially. And so when you have a customer that's requesting energization or service from the utility, they have more time in a kind of traditional construction project to be able to wait for the utility to make distribution side upgrades if those are necessary to serve that load. By contrast, EV charging stations can appear very quickly and may not necessarily have the lag time on the construction side to accommodate waiting for distribution side upgrades, which depending on what needs to be done can be months or years. And so that is the fundamental mismatch that I refer to in my testimony.
And part of the question that I've had with the proposed TEP plan, and that I'm trying to gauge is when you compare the participation rates in their current plan to what they're projecting, I've asked questions about how realistic certain events are going to occur. Did you hear some of that?
I did hear some of that, yes.
And so how realistic is it that you're going to get that you know, that huge load potentially, you know, from some mega charging station in this particular rural service area.
Yeah, so I think the first thing that's important to know is that in the second round of the NEVI program for New Mexico, the program is going to specifically focus on some of the state highway corridors that run through SPS's service territory. And so there are going to be entities looking at suitable locations for an application for the NEVI program within SPS's service territory in the near future. And so we expect that investment to occur very soon based on what the timeline of the NEVI grant funding will be. Round one, I think, has already been awarded, and so the state has moved on to round two, where there is a significant overlap in SPS's service territory. The other thing I think is important to remember is that when a customer is looking at energizing load for the purposes of installing a charging station on their property, the capacity to serve that load needs to be there regardless of what the utilization of the charging station will end up being, because the station cannot be operational and energized unless the capacity is there to do so. And so even in the situation that a NEVI project moves forward, there's a charging station that's put in the ground, and it doesn't see a lot of utilization in the next couple of years because EV adoption rates in SPS's service territory are low. The fact is the capacity still needs to be there to install the project in the first place. And so we think it's important to look at what the loads are going to be and the projects that are going to be installed rather than necessarily what EV adoption will be looking like based on the existing federal programs that are coming.
Well, and I've been looking at that, and I know that I think the bids are open now.
That is correct, yeah.
In the second phase. And so, I mean, I do realize, that there's some potential, at least based upon what they say the phase two is going to be. But I mean, you do accept, though, don't you, that Roswell and Portales aren't Denver, and I mean those locations, while there may be hopefully potential for adding charging infrastructure, I just haven't seen anything yet that seems to indicate what I would consider a more realistic outlook. Do you disagree with that?
So I think
let me put it this way, is that,
sure.
I mean, we all have hope and expectation that the proposed numbers in the TEP would come to fruition. But that has to be based on more than data from Denver or California or wherever. I mean, I think it all has to be put in perspective to the rural nature of the service area. The fact that, we've got it hasn't been admitted yet, but I mean, we have potential evidence from the Prosperity Works witness that there's like 38% of the people are in the low income category. So I think we have to look at this with a realistic, a hopeful, realistic attitude. And I don't know whether or not from ChargePoint, from your perspective, because you manage all 50 states, right?
Yes, we have chargers in all 50 states.
So, I mean, maybe you're seeing something then that I'm missing. What do you think?
Yeah, so I think that part of the difficulty with this transition to electric transportation is that it can take a long time for certain jurisdictions to get going. But that once there is market demand or the tide changes, the switch could happen relatively quickly based on increases in EV sales and changes in public policy that drive more EV adoption. And so what ChargePoint has seen in other jurisdictions is a challenge to accommodate that rapid change in order to build what is needed on a time frame that's reasonable for customers that want to install charging on their property. And so even states like California and Colorado have not yet really established a good process to be able to accommodate distribution infrastructure upgrades to the extent that's necessary. I would say that for a service territory like SPS's that is more rural and industrial and commercial, those challenges are also going to exist because it's possible that industrial areas want to electrify their vehicles or their fleets to be able to access the operational savings that an EV fleet would allow. That is something that ChargePoint is seeing very much across jurisdictions, is entities that have a desire for electric buses or electric trucks or what have you in order to meet their sustainability goals, in order to reduce costs. There are lots of drivers for this transition. And what we don't want to see happen is an instance where customers want to move forward, but are not able to because of the challenges that are inherent to building the infrastructure fast enough and soon enough to accommodate what the needs are going to be. So I think that it's going to be a challenge in all jurisdictions. But in this instance, we feel that what SPS has proposed is a reasonable step forward from the business as usual procedure that we don't think is going to be effective for the service territory moving forward. What that pace is going to be like, I am not sure, and I'm not an expert in the modeling, but we do see the need in all of our jurisdictions where we have customers.
Plus, it's an incentive to you, and I mean to your company that that if the switch gets flipped, so to speak, and everyone decides they want transportation and electrification, your company's going to benefit more now if the infrastructure is already in place for that change to occur, right?
Yes, I would say we've certainly experienced projects that haven't moved forward due to extended energization timelines for a variety of reasons.
Well, I mean, I know in looking at your rebuttal testimony on beginning on page 14, you're answering a question posed at line 13, are integerization timelines a barrier to charger deployment? And you talk about, beginning on line 16, to date, most charger installations have occurred under the just-in-time approach to infrastructure upgrades and cost recovery. What do you base that statement on? I mean, is that based on some study, or did you do a study? What's the basis for
So
that statement?
that statement is based on my understanding of how distribution planning processes generally work, which is that typically utility waits for a customer to submit a request in order to understand what the load in a particular area is going to be, and therefore what kinds of increases or what investments need to be made to accommodate that load. And because of the mismatch in timelines that I discussed earlier, that just-in-time approach is suitable for as long as there is excess capacity, but that as soon as areas start rubbing up against the issue of a capacity constraint, that approach no longer is effective for energizing EV projects on a timely basis because of the time it takes to make those kinds of upgrades.
Well, do you consider any differentiation in the infrastructure, specifically the distribution infrastructure upgrade or replacement might actually occur for purposes other than electrification, the transportation electrification, and it might be suitable to be put through the traditional rate making process?
So my understanding of what SPS has proposed in this TEP is that there has been a review of areas that are likely to not have sufficient capacity in the areas that may be served by the NEVI program. And so to the extent that SPS is going to target specific investments in areas that are likely to see NEVI dollars, we think that getting ahead of those projects so that when the time comes to flip the switch for a site, that it's easy to do so and there's not a feeder upgrade that's delaying the process. So my understanding is that those upgrades would be targeted for EV charging infrastructure projects, and so seem to be an appropriate, or the TEP is an appropriate venue for those kinds of investments.
I don't think you answered my question, but that's okay.
I'm sorry, I might not have understood it. Could you restate it, Your
Well,
Honor?
basically, I'm just wondering if, from your perspective, you acknowledge that there are distribution upgrades or replacements that should occur under the traditional rate making process that aren't tied to transportation electrification.
Yes, I would agree that there are investments in the distribution system that should be recovered in a traditional process for rate making.
I think the last question, Ms. Scowron, I wanted to just ask you, and again, it's just trying to gain some illumination for me, and that has to do on page 15 of your rebuttal testimony, and where you're talking about the proactive investment and bottlenecks, and you're citing some New York and Massachusetts information about medium and heavy duty vehicles. You see that testimony?
I do, yes.
And you go down to line 14 and you say SPS's internal forecasts indicate that there will be approximately 12,243 medium duty EVs and 100 heavy duty EVs in its service territory in 2029, representing a rapid and substantial growth in the load that will outpace business as usual feeder upgrades. And you were quoting testimony from SPS witness, Mr. Murphy, right?
Yes.
And again, these forecasts, I mean, I don't know that SPS presented any evidence or had any information on how many medium duty EVs or heavy duty EVs they even have in their service territory right now. But if, you know, I mean, hypothetically, if it's the same or similar to the numbers of their overall 400 or so EVs, I mean, do you really think it's realistic that they can go from a few to 12,000 in 5 years? Don't you think that's a stretch?
I think that without having an estimate of the number of EVs that are currently in SPS's territory, it's hard for me to say. But I certainly agree with you that it would be a massive increase in the next 5 years or so.
Do you know can you give me some information if you know what an average price for a medium duty EV would be?
I am not sure that's my area of expertise.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Any idea what a heavy duty EV would cost?
Also not my area of expertise, so I can't provide that information sitting here today.
Okay. Would you think maybe it's probably significantly more than going down and buying a Prius or a
Yes.
Leaf?
In general, medium and heavy duty vehicles are much more expensive than light duty.
Thank you. I believe that's all the questions that I have for you. Hearing examiner, you find your face. There you are, Mr. Greencamp. Did you have any questions for Ms. Scowron?
Not at this point, but I appreciate your testimony this morning, Ms. Scowron. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Rushoff?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Any questions?
Let me go back. I needed to move over one on my chart. Mr. Dunbar, any redirect for your witness?
I do have some redirect, Your Honor.
Go ahead, sir.
I know we've been going for a while, but I think I have a handful of questions that can help clarify the record. Why don't we start with where we left off, Ms. Scowron, with your discussion just now about the rate of EV adoption in SPS's service territory and the specifically with regard to heavy duty and medium duty EVs. Do you expect that the number of medium duty and heavy duty EVs in SPS's service territory will be able to increase substantially if SPS does not have enough capacity on its grid to charge those vehicles?
No, I would say that the absence of capacity and infrastructure to support medium and heavy duty fleet charging is going to prevent those kinds of investments from customers in SPS's service territory.
And if you don't know the answer, that's fine, but does it take longer to buy a new medium duty electric vehicle and have it delivered to your business, or to install a fast charger that you need to install, or excuse me, that you need to charge a new medium duty electric vehicle?
My understanding, based on customers' experiences in other jurisdictions, is that a vehicle can be acquired on a time frame of 6 to 9 months, whereas the large capacity upgrades to install a charger to serve that vehicle often take much longer, on the order of 12 to 24 months typically.
Thanks. And turning to EV adoption generally, would you agree that deploying more chargers at public locations in SPS service territory, workplaces, and multifamily buildings is likely to support more increased EV adoption?
Yes, the availability of charging infrastructure is really crucial to be able to drive EV adoption, and I think is a major force in the decision making that a driver makes when they're considering a new car purchase and whether an EV makes sense for them. If they're able to charge at home or at work or at the grocery store, then it's much easier to make a decision to buy an EV compared to if you don't have access to charging at those kinds of locations. And that's especially true for individuals who maybe don't live in a single family home and so don't have the easy option to install a charger at their home.
And I think it's fair to say that hearing examiner Hurst expressed some concern that SPS would not be able to entice as many customers to participate in its programs as it's forecasted. Is it your understanding that SPS will only collect the budget it has proposed in this docket from its customers if it actually spends that money?
Yes, my understanding is that if customers don't participate in the program, then it would not be, the value of the budget would not be collected from ratepayers.
Okay. Turning to payment methods, there was a fair bit of discussion, but I just wanted to clarify, is ChargePoint recommending, well, let me say this a different way. I heard the phrase several times in the discussion with hearing examiner Hurst and with Ms. Lynch about getting rid of credit card readers. And so I just want to be precise about what ChargePoint's position is. Is ChargePoint recommending that charging providers or customers get rid of credit card readers, or is ChargePoint just making recommendations about what should be required in SPS's programs?
ChargePoint continues to believe that public charging stations should offer contactless credit card readers. My recommendation is solely focused on what the program requirements of SPS's incentive programs should be for customers to be eligible for an incentive. We believe that it's not necessary to specify which payment methods should be accepted at public or private charging stations, ideally.
And why is that even more of a concern with private commercial chargers?
The concern is especially large because private chargers tend to serve the same individuals on a consistent basis. And so that individual is likely to be able to easily access an RFID card or other ways to install or pay for, pay for a charging session without needing to utilize a credit card. I think the key distinction is that the most important factor for a driver that's trying to use a charger is whether the charger is available and accessible in the first place. And so by especially allowing private chargers to accept or not have a payment processor in the charging unit itself, we believe that that will create an option of lower cost equipment that is appropriate for some private use cases where the use of a credit card may not be necessary, and the availability of the charger is what is important for that particular driver.
Ms. Gowron, what kind of money are we talking?
I'm sorry, can you
Yeah,
clarify
as
your
far
question?
as you're saying it not having to have that external unit. What's cost difference between the external and the internal?
I'm not sure that I know the number off the top of my head exactly, but it is on the
Ballpark.
order of thousands of dollars of a difference between a commercial charging unit that has a payment processor versus a private charging unit that does not.
So 1,000, 5,000, 10,000?
On a per port basis, potentially, I would say less than 10,000, but more than 1,000 in that ballpark.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. That's a good clarification. And for these non-public chargers we've been discussing, such as at multifamily buildings or workplaces or for fleets, is it sometimes the case that no money is exchanged at all between an EV driver and the charging station owner?
Yes, that's correct. Especially in a fleet application where a driver is operating a vehicle that they might not own. The expectation is that that driver just needs to initiate a charging session, but may not actually be paying for it directly. Likewise, for workplace or multifamily chargers, it may be part of the arrangement between the tenant and landlord, or the employer and the employee, that charging is offered for free. And so there would not be a need for payment processing to occur at all in that instance.
Thank you. Staff counsel asked you about the ability to pay with a contactless credit card at a public charger, and he asked if ChargePoint chargers allowed that. Is it also the case that the NEVI program requires that drivers not be required to have a membership account in order to use a charger?
Yes, that's correct. The NEVI requirements specify you cannot be required to be part of a membership or have to pay to be part of a membership in order to access a charger.
Okay, and then last couple of questions, turning to the residential program. Hearing examiner Hurst asked you a handful of questions about that. I believe she asked you about whether SPS uses or has deployed ChargePoint chargers itself. You probably heard the discussion in the last few days that the number of participants in the SPS EV Accelerate at Home program, which is being proposed to be discontinued in this docket, but there's only a few participants in that program currently, but that's the program in which SPS owns the charger and deploys it on a customer's property and maintains it for a monthly fee, correct?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that ChargePoint is one of the qualified vendors for that program, in that if, again, the program's being discontinued, but prior to that, if a customer signed up for that program, one of their hardware options was a ChargePoint charger, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And hearing examiner Hurst asked about ChargePoint's recommendation for Energy Star certification, and is ChargePoint recommending that all chargers deployed through the TEP be Energy Star certified, or only level 2 chargers?
I believe my recommendation is specifically for the residential level 2 program.
Okay, so not for public DC fast chargers or other public chargers, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and then last topic, hearing examiner Hurst asked about the managed charging programs that SPS has currently offers and has proposed. She specifically mentioned the one that requires customers to charge between midnight and noon, which I believe is the Optimize Your Charge program. And you described the ability for a customer, if they had a ChargePoint charger, to program their charger to only charge during the scheduled windows. And you described how someone could come home at 6 and plug in, but the car wouldn't start charging until midnight. So is it your understanding that all EVs can also be programmed to start charging at midnight regardless of when they are plugged in, or only certain EVs?
No, my understanding is that not all EVs are capable of that functionality. I believe some certainly are. I can't name the distinction by model off the top of my head, but it varies depending on the vehicle. So not all vehicles inherently have that scheduling capability.
And do all EV chargers have the ability to let drivers schedule their charging around a specific window, or only certain types of chargers?
My understanding is that only networked chargers would be capable of that kind of functionality. So a charger that you can program and is connected to the internet in that way.
And is that one of the reasons that ChargePoint recommended that for the residential program, SPS should require participants in the home wiring rebate program to install smart or network chargers?
It is, yes. We think that as a new EV driver has a lot of things to learn about how to charge their vehicle and how to reduce the charging costs for their vehicle, it's not always entirely clear to customers how to best tap into programs that are offered by their utility. And so a requirement that chargers be networked to receive an incentive is helpful to make sure that customers have the full gamut of options available to them when it comes to selecting a managed charging program, and having a charger that's capable of participating or responding to the requirements in multiple or all of the programs is the best way to encourage customers to select the program that makes the most sense for them.
Great. And just to bring that full circle, so if a residential customer signed up for the home wiring rebate program, installed a charger that was not smart or networked, and they bought an EV such as my Volkswagen ID4 that cannot be programmed using the car's own interface, and signed up for the Optimize Your Charge program, that customer would suddenly discover that if they wanted to continue participating in the program, they would have to indeed wake up at midnight to plug their car in. Is that what you're saying?
I think that that is a very real possibility for drivers in that situation where they would be limited in the programs they can participate in based on the equipment that they have or have already purchased.
Right. But a network charger would allow them to program their charging regardless of what type of car, what type of electric vehicle they had, right?
Yes, that's correct.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Wait, okay.
sorry.
No, I thought I understood, and then that last question, now I don't understand. Okay, you said there's certain vehicles that can't be programmed, right?
Yes. So there are some vehicles that you can go in and tell the car, do not start charging until midnight or whatever time it may be. Other vehicles don't have that functionality necessarily. And so you would need a charger to be able to schedule when a charging session starts on a regular basis.
Okay, so even if the vehicle couldn't do it, you're saying with a network charger, then it could do it, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, because I thought I heard you say if the vehicle couldn't do it, it doesn't make any difference what charger you used, it's still not going to do it.
No, that is not what I intended.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I misspoke.
No, that was just me, and you've clarified it. So, okay. Anything further, Mr. Dunbar?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from any of the parties with regard to Mr. Rossi? Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. You were speaking with hearing examiner Hurst about the ChargePoint HomeFlex EV charger, and then you were also talking about sort of the cost differential between the home unit versus the commercial ones. Do you know the price of the home unit?
So the price, I think if you were to look on Amazon at this moment for a HomeFlex would be around $550 is based on the last time I checked.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Is the HomeFlex, is that the kind that could program?
Yes, a residential customer would be able to program their charging schedule with that product.
Okay, not get up at midnight.
Not get up at midnight.
Okay, very well. Any questions from any of the other parties?
Yes, ma'am. This is Kara.
Miss Lynch?
Thank you. I just have I have a few follow-up questions based upon questions you asked. Hello again, Ms. Scouron.
Hello again.
Do you know if other states require credit card readers on public charging stations?
Yes. So there are 2 states that have required credit card readers on all public stations. I believe California is one, and Washington State is the other.
So there are at least 2 states. Do you think there could be more?
I think it's possible. I'm only aware of those 2 states setting such requirements.
Okay. So, and if a person were driving from another place where public charger stations were required to incorporate credit card readers into the SPS territory, do you think they would expect to be able to pay for fuel like they did in their original destination?
Yes, I believe I've discussed how, in general, ChargePoint supports offering and accepting contactless-based credit cards as a payment method for public charging stations. So a driver that uses a charge point station in California and uses that same model charging station in New Mexico would have the same payment methods available to them, regardless of where they're coming from or where they're going.
Okay, so if the go-to location offered a different payment method than the point of origin, in your opinion, would that be an interoperability issue?
If that was the case, I suppose you could make an argument that that is an interoperability issue. However, I don't necessarily know that that situation occurs within charge point devices that offer the same payment methods.
Okay. Do you know, does ChargePoint require customers to use a proprietary ChargePoint app?
No, ChargePoint doesn't require customers to use a proprietary app.
Do you know if your competitors do?
Sorry, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. So hypothetically, if a proprietary app had to be downloaded onto a cell phone or other personal device, if a person, for whatever reason, doesn't have a cell phone on them or their cellular connectivity is affected, for example, their service provider doesn't actually provide service out in rural America, say in SPS territory, can that person use the proprietary app?
I'm not sure if you're referring to the ChargePoint app or a third-party app, but my assumption would be that a driver that has to download an app on the spot would not be able to do so if there's spotty service.
Okay. Regarding public charging stations, will ChargePoint consider placement of public charging stations in low-income or underserved communities?
ChargePoint provides hardware and software to entities that want to offer charging on their properties. If we have customers interested in installing chargers in those kinds of communities, we would absolutely serve them. But we do not determine where the locations of ChargePoint chargers would be. That would be up to the customer and where they are located.
So ChargePoint only sells its chargers to a third-party customer, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Does ChargePoint offer maintenance of those chargers? Say if they break down or can't be used for some reason.
Yes, ChargePoint has warranty programs that customers can opt into, as well as service plans that would cover certain maintenance and repair issues.
Okay. Are you aware of payment barriers related to EV charging and therefore EV access to charging?
Yes, I'm generally aware that access to payments and can present an access issue.
Do you know whether in the realm of charging stations. Various companies use different payment methods at charging stations.
Objection.
What's the basis of your objection, Mr. Dunbar?
Well, Your Honor, I just feel that we're getting a little far afield from the scope of your questions and my redirect. And I also, I'm not sure where in Ms. Scowron's testimony the questions are grounded.
Ms. Lynch?
I believe this question goes to the heart of public charging stations and payment methods, which is in the scope of the questions you were asking, Ms. Scowron.
I would just ask that we be a little specific about what we're talking about. I'm not sure.
Public charging stations and payment options.
Well, I think you can ask her about charge points, because what options that she's aware of that ChargePoint offers, as relate to her direct testimony on my page 17, where she talks about the charge point stations. But I'm in agreement, Ms. Lynch, with Mr. Dunbar that, asking about anything other than her knowledge of what's contained in her testimony is beyond the scope of her testimony. So if you'd like to direct her to, or question her with regard to charge point stations, public payment offerings, you can do so.
I'm just going to work through some grounding. ChargePoint integrates contactless wireless credit card payment methods into its public charger stations, correct?
Correct, yes.
That is one way that ChargePoint's public charger stations reduces a customer's experience of a barrier when paying for fuel, correct?
Yes, we think offering a variety of payment methods helps customers select what makes the most sense for them and also provides options and optionality that we think improves access and interoperability.
So in your opinion, would paying for electric fuel similar to gasoline fuel, are credit cards the most used form of paying for fuel, gasoline fuel in America at this point in time? Do you know?
I'm not able to speak to that. I don't know how drivers pay for fuel and how that relates to other possible methods.
Okay, that's fine. At this point in time, I'm finished with my questions here in Examiner Hurst. I appreciate your time, Ms. Scowron.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Anything further? Anybody have any questions? Very well. Not hearing anything. Ms. Scowron, I hope you have enjoyed your first testimony here in New Mexico. Appreciate your time, and you're excused.
I did. Thank you for having me, Your Honor.
Very well. Mr. Dunbar, anything further from ChargePoint?
No, thank you.
Thank you. It is 10:45. We're going to take our morning recess for 10 minutes and we will come back and hear from our next witness, DOJ's witness, Ms. Lane. So we are recessed.
Madam Hearing Examiner,
Ms. Jewell?
before we break, SPS did file a response to bench request 1-5. So I think you have all responses and you should have received the exhibit that we left off the first set as well.
Very well. And I'll take an opportunity to look at your response and see if I need Ms. Nemi to answer some questions on that response.
Okay, and you may not know at this time, and that's fine, but do you anticipate needing to recall Mr. Murphy, Patrick Murphy?
I'll address the issue of the bench request first thing before we bring Ms. Lane
Okay.
back when we come back from our
Okay,
recess.
wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're recessed. Don't forget we're on YouTube. Hello there, Mr. Lee.
Good morning, Judge. I'm ready
Are
when
we
you are.
very well? Thank you, sir. Let's go back on the record. We've come back from our morning recess. And have parties had an opportunity to look at SPS responses to bench requests 1 through 4? Has anybody not had an opportunity to look at those? I'm not hearing that. That's the case. Does anybody have an objection to the entry of SPS's responses to bench request 1, and that includes 4 responses? Okay, I'm not hearing any objections, so I am admitting SPS's responses to bench requests 1 through 4 as Commission Exhibit 1. And Mr. Lee, that is that is in the Dropbox as the corrected exhibit in PDF format. It's also my understanding that parties were served with what is entitled to be SPS response to bench request 1-5 this morning. And I don't know if parties have had an opportunity to review that document yet. Is there any party that has not had an opportunity to review that document? Do any parties have any objection to the entry of SPS's response to bench request 1-5? I'm not hearing any objection, so I am going to enter SPS's response to bench request 1-5, which is a PDF document that is in the Dropbox as Commission Exhibit 2. And I have briefly had an opportunity to review 1-5. I think 1-1 through 1-4 are pretty self-explanatory. But I need a few minutes to determine whether or not I fully understand SPS's response to 1-5. So, Ms. Hardy, Ms. Huell, should I not be able to reach a level of comfort with this document, is Ms. Nemi available after lunch for me to ask a few questions?
I've spoken to one of Miss Nemi's team members at the break, and she's traveling right now, but she should be available after 12:30 Central, so that would be 11:30 Mountain Time. So yeah, if we could do it like perhaps after the lunch break, just to give a buffer, and I'll confirm after lunch that she's available if you have questions.
Excellent, Ms. Huell. I appreciate that very much.
I'll kind of maintain contact and make sure we can have her available.
Very well. Thank you so much. I believe now we are ready to go ahead and have our next witness. And I believe it's the New Mexico Department of Justice witness, Miss Lane. So let me admit Miss Lane. And good morning, Miss Lane. Okay, just unmute yourself. There you go.
Apologies. Good morning,
That's
Madam
okay. Good
Downer.
morning. Mr. Lee, could you please swear the witness?
Ms. Lane, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give, the matter no opinion, should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Miss Barrett, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, or I guess afternoon where you are, Ms. Lane.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please state your full name for the record?
My name is, last name is Lane.
And can you state your current employer and position?
I am a principal associate with Synapse Energy Economics,
And on whose behalf are you testifying today?
the New Mexico Department of Justice.
You have before you what has been previously marked as NMDOJ Exhibit 1.
Yes,
Do you recognize that document?
I do. And
what is it?
Is my direct testimony.
Does your direct testimony have any attachments or addendums?
Yes, it has 2 attachments.
Okay. And was the testimony and the attachments drafted by you or under your direct supervision?
They were.
Are your direct testimony and the attachments true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Do you have any corrections to the testimony or attachments today?
I do not.
If I were to ask you those same questions today under oath, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'd like to offer NMDOJ Exhibit 1 along with the accompanying attachments into the record.
Any objection to what's been identified as NMDOJ 1, Ms. Lane's direct testimony as affirmed by her here today? Hearing no objection, NMDOJ 1 is admitted. Ms. Barrett?
Thank you. I have no further questions for Ms. Lane, and I tender the witness for cross-examination and questioning by the hearing examiners.
Thank you so much. I believe according to our reservation list, Ms. Huell, Ms. Hardy, SPS reserved 15 minutes for cross-examination for Ms. Lane. Ms. Hardy?
Correct. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Lane.
Good morning.
Can you please look at page 7 of your rebuttal, actually your direct testimony? And I'm referring to the page number I have on the file copy. The exhibit copy that I downloaded from Dropbox does not seem to have page numbers.
Oh, let me open up that filed version if you can give me 1 second.
Sure.
Okay, I'm at page 7.
Okay. And beginning at line 12 on that page, you discuss the EV statute, correct?
Correct.
And that statute is section 62-8-12, correct?
I have 68-8-12.
Okay. I think you've got a typo there.
Oh, okay.
I think it's 62-8-12.
Okay.
Okay. In any event, that statute requires utilities to file applications to expand transportation electrification, correct?
Correct.
And subsection A of the statute specifically states that applications, and this is a quote, may include investments or incentives to facilitate the deployment of charging infrastructure and associated electrical equipment that support transportation electrification, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then on page 8 of your testimony at lines 10 through 12, you reference subsection B2 of the statute. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And that section states that the commission should consider whether the investments, incentives, programs, and expenditures are, quote, reasonably expected to increase access to the use of electricity as a transportation fuel, with consideration given for increasing such access to low-income users and users in underserved communities, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then at page 13, line 13 on that same page, you reference subsection B3, which states that the commission should consider whether the investments and programs are, quote, designed to contribute to the reduction of air pollution and greenhouse gases, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that reducing air pollution and greenhouse gases benefits society as a whole?
It does.
And it benefits citizens of New Mexico, correct?
It does.
And reducing air pollution and greenhouse gases are broad benefits of transportation electrification. Is that fair?
Yes, they're societal benefits.
And the statute is not limited to expanding transportation electrification for low-income customers, is it?
It is not.
And it's similarly not limited to expanding transportation electrification in underserved communities, is it?
It is not.
And the statute actually isn't limited to requiring utilities to expand transportation electrification for their own customers, is it?
I don't recall specifically.
And I might be able to rephrase that question so it's a little more clear. What I'm trying to get at is that the statute requires utilities to expand transportation electrification generally, correct?
Yes, I believe that's true.
And in many areas, expanding transportation electrification requires an expansion of public and private charging infrastructure, doesn't it?
It does.
Let's look at your testimony on the residential home wiring and charging rebate, which I believe the questions I'm going to ask you start at page 17.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. And on that page, you state that you do not support rebates for level 2 chargers and the associated wiring cost, correct?
Correct.
And at page 17, lines 7 through 8, you state that, and this is a quote, utility intervention is no longer needed in this space due to the increasing availability of private and public funds. Is that your testimony?
It is.
Okay. And then at lines 10 through 12 on that page, you reference a rebate provided by Hyundai, correct?
Correct.
And not all EV manufacturers offer rebates, do they?
That's true.
At page 17, line 13 of your direct testimony, you cite an Edmunds survey of common automakers offering home charging incentives. Do you see that?
I do.
And Ford and Chevrolet aren't listed in that survey, are they?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
And I can pull that up if that would be helpful. Or Madam Examiner, I don't know if you'd prefer to share your screen and pull that up. I'm happy to do it if you'd like.
No, I pulled it up because I was noticing there's no page numbers.
And I think it's
On the
PDF page 20, if you're looking at the exhibit version.
don't see where it shows the PDF pages on here.
I was just looking at the top of my Adobe where it lists I can see page 11.
Well, see, I'm
86.
pulling it out of Dropbox.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's a function, but I did find it. Let me share. There we go.
Okay. And if you can scroll down a little bit, Madam Examiner, I believe there's a table of the manufacturers that offer rebates.
Okay.
And Ms. Lane, on that list, it doesn't include Ford, does it?
Assuming this is listed alphabetically, I do not see it.
And it doesn't list Chevrolet.
I don't think so, no.
And it does list quite a few, I think what would be referred to as luxury car manufacturers, Audi, BMW, and Mercedes. Is that correct?
Sure, I also see Toyota, Volkswagen.
But in any event, it doesn't include all car manufacturers. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And it doesn't include some that are very common. Is that fair?
I don't know the most common cars.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions on that portion of on that reference in your testimony. On page 17 at lines 17 and 18, you state that federal incentives are also available under the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Despite these private and federal and governmental incentives discussed in your direct testimony, EV adoption in SPS's service territory is lower than SPS projected in its last TEP, correct?
Correct.
And the EV adoption rate in SPS's service territory is also lower than in other parts of New Mexico, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Lane, if we can turn to page 33 of your direct testimony, I have a couple questions for you on the SPS-owned EVSI.
Was what page again?
33.
33. Okay, I'm there.
Okay. And On that page at lines 19 through 22, you recommended the commission reject SPS's proposal to own commercial EVSI, correct?
Correct.
And at the top of that page, at lines 1 through 5, you state that ownership of EVSI, and this is a quote, is beyond the traditional purview of regulated monopoly utilities, correct?
Correct.
And you go on to urge the commission not to take this encroachment lightly, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you are one author of a June 2023 article titled "Electric Vehicles Are Driving Rates Down." Is that correct?
Correct.
And that article was attached to Mr. Cunningham's rebuttal testimony as attachment JWCR2, correct?
Correct.
And Madam Examiner, would it be possible to pull up that attachment to Mr. Cunningham's rebuttal testimony?
Ms. Hardy, just to give you an alert, you have about 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
Thank you.
And may I make a quick request? I know this is non-traditional. And this is DOJ's fault for not putting in page numbers, but could we the page numbers appear to be slightly different on the exhibit version that is in the Dropbox as opposed to just Ms. Lane's filed testimony, and it's off by about 2 or 3 pages. So could we so Ms. Hardy, you appear to be referencing the filed testimony. Could we just be consistent as to which one so that we're all on the same page numbers? And again,
Yes.
I apologize. That's
I can refer to both. So the SBS owned EVSI discussion I'm asking about is page 33 of the file testimony, and I believe it's page 36 of the Dropbox testimony.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience.
Sure.
And why isn't there page numbers on the Dropbox?
I don't know, and I apologize. And if you would like, we can resubmit a corrected version for briefing to the Dropbox today. I don't know why the page numbers were cut off.
Okay. And Ms. Hardy, you want to tell me where in Mr. Cunningham's rebuttal I'm looking? Which exhibit?
Yes, it's attachment JWCR2.
Okay, and what page?
I'm going to look at page 4 of that attachment. It's his work papers, which includes the article.
Okay, give me a second. I was on page 85. Page 3. Okay, let's see if this is, it's part of the Synapse report. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. And it's a little bit small for me to see here, but I'm looking at, should be the heading, under the heading at the top right, and that heading is revenues from EVs can help fund charging infrastructure.
I tried to make it bigger. Does that help you or just me?
Might just help you, but if Miss Lane can see it, I think I know what it says.
It's
Okay.
a little small. Apologies.
Oh, I can't help you. I don't know how to make it any bigger.
I'll
Why don't you go ahead and read what you're want to get to here, Miss Hardy, and then we'll see what we can do.
Okay. And Miss Lane, under that heading on the top right, that paragraph states, and this is a quote, "In addition, utility investments that facilitate the deployment of charging infrastructure can accelerate the EV market, growing the potential benefits from widespread EV adoption." Correct?
I will take your word for it. I can't read that, but yes.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
So Any suggestion on how you manipulate the size of, let me just check one thing.
Madam Hearing Examiner, on the screen in the top right, it did look like there was a drop box that said 150%.
Yeah, and that's what I was utilizing, and
Oh,
but
that's so
apparently it only
strange.
made it bigger for me.
Mhm.
If we're gonna do that again, I'll just pull the so let me just okay. Miss Lane?
It's still quite small. Oh, there it goes.
How's that?
If go even larger if possible. That's great. Thank you.
Okay.
Suggestion. Up at the top, as you're sharing your screen, up at the top of my screen, there's a View Options tab, which allows me to select a 50% window size all the way up to a 300% window size.
Okay,
Miss
so you're saying
Lane,
on your end you could change it.
yeah, so I think it can be changed on both sides.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, Miss Lynch, for that. And so I just wanted to give you the opportunity, Miss Lane, to check out what Miss Hardy was asking you about. Plus, now I figured out 2 different ways so I can pull it up from the testimony. So awesome. Great. All right. Well, Ms. Hardy's concluded her questions. So the next party, Mr. DeSalen has waived his 10 minutes. So I believe we are to you, Ms. Lynch. And you reserved 20 minutes.
I'm also going to waive my time.
Very well. Thank you. Mr. Rossi, staff reserved 15 minutes for Ms. Lane. Would you like to go ahead?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Lane. I'm Nicholas Rossi, and I'm representing the PRC staff.
Good
Thank you for
afternoon.
being here. So I want to talk with your argument within your testimony that you're looking to essentially reject the EV charger and wiring rebate programs. Or I guess you also mentioned in the alternative, it should decrease it to only $500. Were you listening here this morning when we had the opportunity to find out what the cost of a charger was?
Yes.
And so that Electrify America, or that one, sorry, it was a charge point. Charger was $550. Did you hear that?
I did.
So you're asking for, or asking that there should be either a rebate that's less than the cost of the charger or no rebate at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I wanted to talk with you a little bit about your argument that there are lots of free chargers available and free charging available. Madam Hearing Examiner, would it be possible to pull up that website once again?
The one that I just had?
Yes, ma'am. The same chart that it showed all of the free charging. So you mentioned that things like companies like VW was listed and a few others was listed, but Ford, for example, was not listed. Chevy was not listed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now you're mentioning in your testimony that Hyundai has the opportunity for a free charger. Is that correct?
Yes.
And of course, here's the point where I need the chart, Madam.
You have to tell me what page it was.
It was on the bottom of page 17. She has a link to Edmunds.com.
Okay. I'm going to try it this way instead of pulling it up out of the Dropbox.
Can I send you the link in the chat? It doesn't look like the chat has been disabled.
No, I have the link.
Okay.
I'm just concerned about. Okay, tell me again what page the chart was on.
17 on the filed testimony, not on the Dropbox link.
And on the Dropbox link, it's 20.
Okay, there it is. Okay, there you go.
You see Hyundai listed here.
Yes.
Can you look at the specifics of it?
5 or 6?
Either one.
Yes.
Does it list a free charger or does it list complimentary unlimited DC charging?
It just went away.
I think you've, Madam Hearing Examiner, you've accidentally clicked on the link for the Hyundai Ioniq 5. Can you go back a page? Don't hit the X yet, hit the back page.
Okay. So you want the 6?
No, don't click anything. I want the text right there.
All right. It does? Okay. I see what you're saying.
Have you checked, Ms. Lane, have you checked recently if that program still exists?
The link, the citation number 18, footnote 18, doesn't go to the page on the screen. It goes to the Hyundai website where I got that information. And the last time I checked was when I developed this testimony.
Well, I checked this morning and I put in my old address in Clovis. And I can't seem to get them to give it to me for free. Would you agree with that, or have you not checked recently?
I haven't checked.
It told me the cost was $549. And of course,
you can't testify, Mr. Rossi.
I apologize, but the other link that you've also pointed to, do you see right there where they do not mention that it's a free charger?
Yes, that wasn't the citation I used, though.
Okay. Now, within, say, Hyundai or Kia or and Toyota uses a different company, what are the companies and the chargers that they offer a program through to get some free charging?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Within the screen right here, if you look at Hyundai, if you look at Kia, what is the company they're offering free charging through?
Electrify America.
Would it surprise you to learn that there's exactly one charging point in the SPS territory or in the SPS territory for Electrify America?
Given what we've heard about the current EV market, no, it does not surprise me.
And is it correct to say that that one charging point is on I-40 in Tucumcari?
I don't know.
Did you also look at EVgo?
I did not.
Okay, they're similar to Toyota. Would it surprise you to learn that also the only free charging under this deal that they've mentioned here is also located in Tucumcari? Would that surprise you to learn?
I don't know.
Okay, well, let's move on from that. I think as we've just shown, and you can close that whenever you're finished, Madam Hearing Examiner, you can close that page. As we've just shown, there's a bit of a shortage of public charging stations within this portion of eastern New Mexico. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Now I want to move on to your section within your testimony where you talk about that there shouldn't be, that SPS shouldn't be the ones installing these public charging stations. Is that a correct summary?
I said they shouldn't be owning the EVSI, which is the proposal. They are not proposing to own actual charging stations.
So as we've just covered, Electrify America isn't covering this area. EVgo isn't covering this area. Do you agree with that?
Based on what you said, I'll take your word for it.
Tesla isn't really covering this area. Do you agree with that?
I don't know.
Okay. Shouldn't someone install these public chargers? Wouldn't you say that's required, that someone needs to?
First, the public chargers aren't what's in question with the EP proposal. And second, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be incentives to support EVSI. I'm recommending the rebate only option to incentivize these stations.
But if none of the major companies want to install them in this area, don't we have a chicken and egg problem? We need to provide some incentive. Would you agree with that?
I think if there is, for the public charging station, my understanding is there is the rebate from SPS to purchase the charging equipment itself. And then there is the rebate option to provide the make-ready work as well as the ownership option. I haven't seen information to the contrary that the rebate for the charger itself, public fast charging, plus the rebate option for the EVSI isn't sufficient to move the market. My understanding is that from the first TEP, there were restrictions in place that SPS is indicating limited uptake. So I think before we jump ahead and allow SPS to own EVSI equipment, we should first examine the rebate only option, which will cost customers less over the life of that asset.
How long should we delay an EV rollout while waiting to see if the public or if private entities will step up?
Objection.
Ms. Barrett?
Mr. Rossi is mischaracterizing Ms. Lane's testimony. Ms. Lane did not say that. She did not say that there should be a delay in the EV rollout.
She
Mr. Rossi?
did testify there should be a wait. We should wait. And I'm wondering, how long should we wait?
I don't believe she's referencing the
Wait, don't answer the question, Ms. Lane. Still trying to figure out what question, if any, you should answer. So hang on. Okay, so now the question, Ms. Barrett, is is being characterized as a wait, not a delay. Do you still object to that question?
My understanding was Mr. Rossi was implying that Ms. Lane had testified that the entire TEP, there should be a pause or a delay in the quote unquote rollout, which I took to believe meant the TEP program, whereas Ms. Lane had testified not that broadly.
We were only speaking specifically about the public fast chargers, the EVSI, at that time, and that's what I meant.
With that clarification, do you still object?
No, ma'am.
Very well. You can go ahead and answer the question as it's been clarified, Ms. Lane.
Sure. So as I indicated before, I support incentives for public EVSI, the rebate option. It is an extremely lucrative incentive for the utility to offer 80% of the cost of the public charger and 80% of the EVSI for the rebate option. As I've seen in other jurisdictions, it is not common for utilities to own and operate EVSI for public charging. There's usually make-ready incentives, or even not for public charging, there's often make-ready incentives. So I think that with the rebate-only option for EVSI and the rebate for the public fast charging, there is sufficient incentive to help spur the market over the course of this TEP while protecting customers from adding perhaps unnecessarily needed additional cost to rate base on which the company will earn a return.
So you believe that with this rebate option, there will be uptake within the private sector?
Based on what I've seen in other jurisdictions, I think those rebates are sufficient to drive companies that are interested in expanding into the service territory.
How long should we wait to see if they, should we wait to give them the opportunity? Should it be 3 more years until the next TEP if that doesn't work?
I think it's appropriate to wait for this first TEP. Those are lucrative incentives. The company hasn't justified why a company like ChargePoint, Electrify America would necessitate a company-owned EVSI option over a rebate. I would think that those companies would much rather own the EVSI on their side of the meter, since they're in the business of installing and operating those systems versus having SPS own and operate the EVSI anyway.
So we're in an area of eastern New Mexico where there's only 0.4% of the SPS customers have an EV. It's an incredibly low uptake amount. Looking at the statute that we were just talking about, you were just talking about, doesn't that statute say we should do something to help this uptake? Would you agree with that?
Yes, and the rebates provide that.
Okay. Now moving on to your thoughts about the low income. SPS's proposal, and I think staff's proposal, was also that it should be 20% of a floor, and you're suggesting 40% of a floor. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
What happens if it turns out there isn't any actual uptake? Could that money be used for something else for customers that want it? Or is it only possible to have the low income? Or do you feel it should be only reserved?
I think there could be flexibility built into the plan. Perhaps there's an annual update through an annual report where the company indicates that there's been increased interest in non-low income and no uptake in low income, and then the commission could determine whether it makes sense to reallocate some of those budgets. We see that a lot in other jurisdictions where there can be some flexibility if needed, especially if the market is very nascent.
Mr. Rossi, just letting you know you have about 1.5 minutes left.
Thank you. So as we saw in the prior TEP, there were only 2 customers, and that was for a program that was only $12 a month. What happens if that sort of uptake continues? Doesn't that money for reserve, doesn't that 40% reserved for low income then get lost essentially?
Not with how I just responded to your previous question, if flexibility is built in. And my recommendation was also not just to low income customer rebates, but also for public fast charging in underserved communities, school buses, fleets that travel through low income communities. I think there's various ways to serve those customers, but as I mentioned before, there could be some flexibility built into the plan.
So do you think those low-income customers are going to be very likely? Take, for example, if you're under 200% of the poverty level, you're not very likely to buy a brand new car. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
So the types of EVs that you're likely to buy don't have a lot of range. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Unfortunately, that kind of means you really need public infrastructure in all of these cities. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Good morning / afternoon, Ms. Lane. I just have a few questions on your testimony. Just generally, I think you probably heard that I've been asking some questions about the proposed participation numbers in SPS's proposed TEP in this case. Based upon your knowledge and experience of SPS's last program and the proposed new requirements in New Mexico, are you finding the proposed numbers to be overly optimistic?
I think for just the going into the 4th year of this program, and where the service territory is, they are likely aggressive.
So does that mean overly optimistic?
Yes.
Did you read the rebuttal testimony that was filed in this case? I noticed you didn't file any rebuttal testimony, right?
I did not.
Well, did you see that in some of the rebuttal testimony that they're actually proposing on the hood vehicle rebates?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion on whether or not you believe that that would be beneficial to the participation levels in the SPS service territory?
So they would, however, I have concerns with utilities providing rebates for vehicles. And a concern with that really comes down to the fact that there are federal incentives, could be state incentives down the road, and especially for market rate customers. We found in other jurisdictions where we examined something called free ridership. So would the customer have purchased the vehicle absent the utility incentive or state rebate? We found that for most customers, which tend to be higher income purchasing these EVs, they indicated that the federal incentive was enough and the rebate didn't really change their decision to purchase the car. So you end up with the issue of free ridership where you're using ratepayer dollars, or in this case, state taxpayer dollars, to provide sort of a windfall to a customer. They would have purchased that vehicle anyway. So I don't support that for non-low income customers. For low income customers, in some ways, incentivizing the vehicle is better than incentivizing the charger. I think a charger rebate on its own is, not going to help a customer that can't afford a VV, which is why in my testimony, I recommended other options like electrifying fleets and whatnot. However, my concern with using ratepayer dollars instead of focusing on federal or state taxes is just the fact that electric rates are highly regressive. So you have low income customers that maybe are never going to purchase an EV paying the same price through their rates for the program as a high income customer. Whereas if we rely on tax dollars, those are progressive. So we know that the low income customers are not paying more than what they should for funding such programs.
Do you have any and I don't know if you heard me ask, but I believe it was yesterday afternoon. That I asked, I believe it was CCAE's witness. Whether or not the additional proposals, seems like to me, I recall it was going to add somewhere between like $3 and $4 million to the program. Did you hear that?
Yes, I think it was somewhere around 4 million.
And so, I mean, do you have any concerns? I mean, if we're going from a relatively small number, and yes, I realize it's actual costs, but if you're proposing a program that potentially went from a few $1 million in the first TEP over the 3-year period of time to now it's over $20 million already for this TEP, and then you would be adding 4 more million, or what is that, roughly 20% or so, no, not quite, but you're going to make a bigger program even bigger based on the information you have. Does that give you any concern?
Yes, and I think if the commission decided to include those additional $4 million in rebates, that money should be taken from a different program, reallocate funds, say from some of the EVSI make ready. So it keeps the budget the same as what was proposed.
In your direct testimony, with regard to the EVSI rebate levels and type recommendations, Can you just let me know where some of those numbers came from for the amounts of the rebates?
Sure. So what we did there was using, and I apologize, I don't know what discovery response it was. I think I cited it somewhere in here. The company provided the calculation that they used for their rebate amounts, and we essentially applied either 100%, 80%, or 60% to get the rebate levels. So it was using their methodology and just applying a different percentage of what would be covered.
So then you found that the baseline costs that they were including were reasonable?
They seem reasonable based on what we've seen in other jurisdictions.
So you don't think that because of the particular service area there were any higher costs for those items in that area than what you've seen before?
No, and I apologize, I don't recall, but I believe the average costs they used weren't necessarily from the SPS server territory, subject to check. But I mean, that's one of the reasons I support a percent of the actual cost, not a flat rebate amount, which would help to account for some of that variability, but also avoid overpaying a customer if the costs were to come in lower.
So I don't know if you have your window that Ms. Lynch talked about on your screen. That could help you out with making this bigger.
Just a moment. Oh, I found it. Okay, got it.
So have you seen, does this look familiar?
Yes.
So this is, at least for this is SPS's response to Occidental's interrogatory 1-7. And so this provides some rebates amount and some charger costs. Correct?
Correct.
Did you think this information comported with what you've seen in a broader
For level
for this
2
information?
Yeah, for level 2 chargers, I mean, as we heard earlier, the cost of one of the smart level 2 chargers was about 500. So, 625 likely a good average cost based on the range, as well as the installation costs.
Okay, and like I say, I realize that this is just limited information, but this is the only cost information I have. So, do you think those costs vary that much between jurisdictions?
For the residential customer, I don't think they would vary that much.
But for example, the cost that would be associated with EVSI installation, and were you listening yesterday when when Miss Joel, the engineer, was talking about the Portales? Walmart?
Yes, yes.
So potentially, I mean, I realize that's distribution infrastructure, but when you're talking about a bigger type of project other than residential, the cost consideration is probably greater, isn't it?
Yes, those are larger projects, and there can be a lot of variability in the total costs based on the complexity of the site, and the rebate's open to all commercial customers. So a multifamily property may have more, make-ready issues that need to be addressed. So yeah, there can be a lot of variability based on the type of property, the number of chargers, et cetera.
And I believe I understood your testimony about the distribution infrastructure proposal you have concerns with, right?
Yes, I do.
And I think you actually testified that the proposal sets a dangerous new standard of rate making that's likely to benefit shareholders at the expense of ratepayers.
Yes.
And why is that?
So as the current regulatory construct stands, there's nothing preventing SPS from going forward tomorrow to proactively make an improvement to its distribution system. This happens all the time in between rate cases. There's reliability standards utilities have to make, and they can go ahead and invest in that infrastructure. There is risk to the utility there, where they have to, there's the threat of those investments being determined imprudent at the next rate case. There's also the concept of regulatory lag, which in between rate cases, revenues are capped. And if the company overspends their allowed revenue requirement, that basically harms their ability to earn before rates are reset. So there's risk to the company there that also protects ratepayers. It's that threat of imprudency that makes the utility ensure that that investment is used and useful and was done so in a least cost manner. The proposal under the TEP shifts all of that risk to ratepayers. The company, my understanding, is asking that $6 million spend be deemed prudent. And it doesn't seem like there is that much sort of review or justification required within that 440 filing. Specifically not related to that is there a lower cost alternative to making that proactive distribution upgrade? That report that was cited in Mr. Cunningham's rebuttal, I forget the name of it, but it was about distribution planning, proactive investments. The company failed to bring up some of the key points from that report about what should be done prior to the proactive upgrade. There's things like seeing if there's alternative location, working with DCFC installers, if there's another location that doesn't need to be upgraded, non-wires alternatives. I heard during the commission's most recent grid mod, I don't know if it's a proceeding or rulemaking, but where they're looking at, integrated distribution planning and things to that effect, that in California, they're looking at mobile batteries, where a location isn't known of where a DCFC might come in. Is it cheaper to have a battery come in instead of perhaps unnecessarily upgrading the system? Another concern I have is that going back to the commission's investigation, it seems that the state is looking to create more of a holistic view of distribution planning. So how does grid modernization, other proactive investments needed for solar and storage? There's all these different siloed approaches to how the company is investing in its distribution system. And I think it's important that we have a more holistic view, not create more silos. For example, some of the utilities, PNM example is stating that some of its grid modernization investments will actually increase hosting capacity. Well, in that case, can you avoid this distribution upgrade if you're looking at the system holistically? And lastly, I think there's things that SPS can do to increase visibility on their system to help for strategic location of these sites. A lot of states where there's increasing penetration of EVs, utilities have EV hosting capacity maps that are open to the public, and you can go in and see what feeder needs to be upgraded, what feeder can handle my EV station, and all of that can help support these stations with lower cost to the distribution system potentially.
So basically, what I take from your answer is that there needs to be more investigation as to other approaches before the commission would consider this approach.
Yes.
That the commission's vision, based upon your knowledge, is interested in a broader approach with regard to grid modernization. And then thirdly, the potential of allowing this kind of rate making recovery is not consistent with how these particular regulatory assets have been processed in the past.
Yes.
Well, I also wanted to ask you about your testimony regarding the scoring criteria that SPS is utilizing.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen any industry-wide usage of this kind of tool? Or, well, I'll stop there. Do you know whether or not there's some kind of like template that utilities use to try to score these kind of programs?
I haven't seen it used widespread. The one I've come across recently, actually the only other one I've seen is the utilities in Maryland have proposals out for electric school bus pilots, and they include in those a similar type of scoring based on sort of I know a lot of it deals with underserved communities and their scoring. I don't recall the other ones off the top of my head, but that's the only other one I've seen. The most common type of differentiation I've seen is that often utilities have separate programs. They'll have a program specifically for like the Make Ready EVSI for public chargers, fleets, multifamily, and then within those, there might be those tiered incentives for underserved or EJ communities versus communities outside those designated areas.
So would you change the scoring, or would you use some type of other evaluation process that you think is going to be meaningful?
I mean, I think ideally it would be great to have the recommendation of the tiered incentives offered. Absent that, I think the utilities commitment to increase the scoring related to the underserved communities is a step in the right direction there. So yeah, I think with those changes that could be sufficient if the tiered incentives were not approved.
Okay, so you're not actually suggesting any different questions should be asked, or that the point valuation should change?
No, I think the increase in points for the underserved communities that the company proposes to apply would be beneficial.
Okay. Very well. I think that's all the questions that I had, Ms. Lane. I thank you. Hearing Examiner Greenkamp, do you have questions for Ms. Lane, sir?
Good afternoon. Yes, I do. If I may, good afternoon, Ms. Lane.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your testimony today. I too just had a few clarification questions for you. Won't take too long. I guess the starting out, I just wanted to ask a clarification question regarding Mr. Rossi's line of questioning from earlier. You testified that it is an extremely lucrative incentive for the utility to offer 80% of the cost of the public charger and 80% of the EVSI for the rebate option. And I think you repeated the phrase extremely lucrative incentive in, I think, another answer as well. Can you elaborate on why it's necessarily extremely lucrative? Because my understanding was that it would depend on how those rebates are treated by the commission. Is that fair, or if you could just elaborate on why it's extremely lucrative?
Sure. I think I should clarify, extremely lucrative wasn't a benefit to the company. It's to the company installing the charger, so the private market. So just to clarify that. And second to that, related to the 80% incentive going to the private market installing the chargers, that incentives of just 50% of the cost of the make ready work alone, no incentive for the public charger are offered. Usually the higher incentives, 80, 90, 100%, are often reserved for underserved communities, multifamily properties, those that may lack the capital to move forward. So just based on what I've seen in other jurisdictions, the combination of the 80% for the charger and the make ready is significant.
Okay. So when you said it was extremely lucrative for the utility to offer, you're talking about the beneficiary of the rebate.
Yes.
not the
Apologies if I
utility.
misspoke.
Okay.
Yes.
No, I may have just misinterpreted what you said. Okay. So I also want to ask you about, we've sort of been having an ongoing dialogue throughout the hearing, as if you've been watching, about the regulatory asset treatment for the rebates and the return to shareholders. So I'm sure you've heard these questions asked about different witnesses. Earlier in the hearing, several SPS witnesses stated that when we talk about a return of the WACC with respect to these rebates, that return simply represented the company's cost of financing, and that essentially there was no return to the shareholders. And I'm looking at and I know page numbers have been an issue, but page 56 of your direct testimony as it was filed, you talked about return to shareholders as part of this issue. Can you clarify a little bit of essentially, is there an incentive to the utility when these rebates are being treated like this?
They are. I agree with the testimony Mr. Higgins gave yesterday afternoon, that the WACC covers more than just the financing. It is an incentive to the company, similar to how they would earn an incentive on a capital asset placed in service. So there's a clear incentive to the company to earn a return on these rebates.
Okay. Now and I can't quite remember which witness it was. We talked about sort of the different options as far as how to handle these rebates. I know that the Department of Justice is recommending essentially expensing them in the year, I guess, that they are provided to the recipient. One of the recommendations was staff is recommending amortizing the costs over 10 years, similar to what the company has proposed, but not allowing a return. And I think what the company had testified was that would mean that they essentially would not be allowed to recoup their cost of financing in that situation. Is that correct? It seems intuitively that would actually be correct.
I think there's many ways the company could finance. One way is they could finance that 100% using the cost of debt, which would have a cost of, I think, subject to tech, about 1.9% a year versus the full WACC. So in that case, the company is not earning a return on those rebates, but is financing it through debt, and the accumulated carrying costs from just that 1.9% would be lower. So that could be another alternative.
Okay. Now, one of the ways that I think SPS's primary way of explaining why these rebates should be treated this way is essentially to lower the upfront costs to ratepayers, right? And that essentially by spreading these costs out over 10 years like they're doing, it allows more aggressive investment. Is that a reasonable position in your mind? I mean, is there a need to balance that upfront cost with sort of the goals behind the TEP?
I think a key issue is that I can't answer that question with data. As the company indicated Monday, they hadn't done the analysis to show what the bill impacts would be expensing in the year it occurs versus using this 10-year spreading out of the costs. So it's difficult for me to answer what the actual bill impacts would be for expensing it in the year it occurs. I will say that it's very common practice for energy efficiency programs to expense in the year they occur. And those programs could be upwards of $100 million in some jurisdictions. So, I think you can't really answer this question without knowing what the monthly bill impact is with one way versus the other.
Okay. Let me ask you briefly about the proactive investments. I know that Hearing Examiner Hurst asked you about this, and that answered most of my questions, but I do at least want to throw out to you the point that SPS made about this sort of timing concern. And I think that you sort of alluded to this in your answer to Hearing Examiner Hurst about, in between the two, in between when there's not a rate case going on, right, in between the previous one and the one in the future, that there's only certain amount of dollars that, the company has effectively in order to spend. And the company's point was that they don't want to wait until, they absolutely have to make these investments because their system is overloaded. And that there's a timing concern if they're not able to make these proactive investments. And several witnesses have talked about that over the course of the hearing. Is that a valid concern in your mind?
I don't think so. And I think that line of argument is concerning because approving these investments in the TEP, we don't have the full view of what their discretionary budget is in between rate cases. For example, is there some other discretionary investment they could wait on and do this proactive investment? We just don't have the full picture. So I just think that without that information of could this have been done under the traditional in between rate cases using whatever is set aside for discretionary investments, could money have been shifted around? Could other projects wait if they truly think that it's critical to proactively invest in this area? The utility should consider how can they manage that within their existing budget, and we don't have visibility into that if it's just approved and then they file that they're making this investment.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then I think my last question to you, I want to ask you about how SPS responded to your concern about the compound accumulation of carrying costs, sort of taking us, I guess, back to the rebates. But the response was that, again, seems to make some intuitive amount of sense, that essentially these rebates are needed upfront at sort of as the EV market is in its sort of nascent state, right? But over time, the need for the rebates will reduce. And so the argument was that, this concern about sort of the compound accumulation of these carrying costs is a little bit overstated, just because of the investment that's needed on the front end. Again, how would you respond to that?
I would say I've been in this industry almost 20 years and I've never seen a subsequent plan for rebates, whether that's efficiency, an EV plan, come in with a lower budget than the previous one. We've seen that from the original TEP to this one. What happens is, even if, and I'll use energy efficiency, for example, those programs have been along for a long time. As a market's transformed and say, you don't need as big of a investment in a light bulb anymore. That's like your standard baseline as an LED. There's new opportunities for new rebates in the market. So, for example, if it's determined that the residential rebates are no longer needed, perhaps there isn't enough with multifamily customers or fleets, or there's a new type of fast charger that needs incentivizing. There's often a new rebate, a new market sector that needs support, and these programs grow over time. I've never seen them be reduced over time.
Okay, that's all helpful. I don't think I have any more questions for you. Thank you very much for your testimony, and Hearing Examiner Hurst, I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Krienkamp. Ms. Barrett, any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
And did anyone have any further questions for Ms. Lane?
I have a couple, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Lane, you stated earlier in response to questions from the hearing examiner, I believe it was Hearing Examiner Hurst, that SPS's proposal to recover this proactive distribution investment through the TEP rider is, I think you used the words, not consistent with regulatory treatment. Is that what you had said?
Yes.
Okay, and my understanding of that testimony was basically that, in your opinion, recovering these proactive investments is not typically what's seen with recovery of capital investment. Is that fair?
Recovery through the TEP for this type of investment, yes. Or
Right.
through a rider, I should say.
And here, again, we have a statute that requires utilities to expand transportation electrification, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you also stated that nothing precludes SPS from making these distribution investments. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you heard Ms. Joel's testimony yesterday regarding discretionary and non-discretionary distribution projects, correct?
Correct.
And that recovering these proactive investments through the TEP rider basically moves them from discretionary to non-discretionary. Is that fair?
I don't recall.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Anybody further?
Yes, ma'am.
No. Mr.
Staff
Rossi?
does. Thank you. You were speaking with Hearing Examiner Hurst a bit about the low-income programs and the underutilized areas. And then you were also speaking with Hearing Examiner Camp about the different budget flexibilities that may be available. I need to read you a portion of one of our rules. One of our rules allows for a 20% of budget flexibility, but it then goes on to say—
What rule are you referring to, Mr. Rossi?
Thank you, ma'am. 17.9.574.14, budget flexibility, section A. And then it goes on to say
Budget
interprogram
flexibility in what context?
Within it's two sections down on under applications to expand transportation electrification. So it's immediately following the TEP. So I do believe it applies. Interprogram budget flexibility may not be used to shift funding from a dedicated low-income program to a program for standard customers or any customer outreach and education program. Would you like to adjust your response from when you were saying if
Let's ask her if she knows about that rule first, sir. Are you familiar with that rule?
It is jogging my memory. I do recall now that I did read that earlier.
Okay. And your question is, sir?
When we were discussing budget flexibility, you mentioned if low income isn't used, it could be moved to another program. Do you still agree with that, or would you like to give us further information?
Yes, I agree. I should change my statement there. Thanks for jogging my memory. It does appear that that would not be allowed under those rules.
Okay. So if that 40%, and actually I apologize earlier, I think I said 20, but that's incorrect. The SPS proposal is 15%. If that floor isn't reached, can anything be done with that money if low income isn't able to use it?
Based on that regulation, it appears not.
Okay. Next, when you were speaking with Hearing Examiner Camp, you were talking a bit about, you were looking at Maryland proposals and some other proposals throughout the Northeast. Did you look at the TEPs for any of the other investor-owned utilities here in New Mexico, PNM or EPE?
I did.
And are their TEP proposals different or similar to the proposals you have and what SPS has?
They're similar to SPS's proposal, if I recall.
Well, for example, let me take the example of rebates for residential usage. SPS allows for a much larger rebate for both standard customers and low-income customers. Are you familiar with that?
I don't recall off the top of my head the exact number.
Do you recall for low income, it looks like it's $600 or sorry, $750 for the chargers and up to possibly up to $3,500 for low income for installation and wiring. Do you recall seeing that as you reviewed it?
I take your word for that number.
So do you have a reason for why? So EPE and PNM offer a whole lot larger incentives, but SPS should offer something much, much lower. Do you have a reason for that?
Is that a question?
I'm just wondering what her thinking is between.
Well, then ask her that question and stop trying to testify, Mr. Rossi. It's becoming annoying.
Sorry, ma'am. Have you followed my question, or should I try it again?
No. So as I said in my direct testimony, a key concern I had with the proposed $100 rebate is that it was a flat rebate amount. And if the customer didn't need the wiring upgrade and only was going to use it for a charger, they would receive a rebate higher than the charger, which I think is a wasteful use of ratepayer dollars.
What instance could that happen? I'm not following you.
If a customer has no wiring upgrade costs, they only need the charger. The rebate is higher than that cost. It's a flat rebate amount. My understanding is the company wasn't going to adjust that. Just the customer gets the $1,200. That's greater than the cost of the rebate. The customer doesn't need that full incentive to purchase the charger.
Who could that apply to? I guess, would that be someone who had an electric dryer in their garage and they don't use it anymore? Is that the customer you're referring to?
A customer that doesn't need an upgrade to their electric service.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Very well. Thank you. Ms. Lee, appreciate your time.
Madam Hearing Examiner,
Oh.
may I just ask two very brief questions based on Mr. Rossi's?
No,
Who is
we already went around.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Lee,
Go ahead, Judge.
sorry. No, we went around through the 2 rounds, so sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Lane, appreciate your time. Thank you
you.
very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Anything further from you, Ms. Barrett, with regard to evidentiary presentation?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Very well. All right, as we get ready for our lunch break, here's the thing. Probably should have asked for it sooner. I didn't. I'm pretty convinced at this point, based upon the testimony, the pre-filed testimony, the disparity of positions, and the testimony that we've received during the evidentiary portion of our hearing, pretty convinced that the commission is gonna want the information. So I'm gonna go ahead and ask for it now. And this is a bench request to SPS. I want to know the ratepayer impact of the various rebate treatment recommendations. It's been established in the record that we don't have the information of the ratepayer impact of expensing the rebates, which is a recommendation that's been made in this case. I want to know what that is. And I want a detailed explanation that includes the actual amount of recovery at the way that has been presented previously by SPS for full participation. So I want it in the same manner that the SPS has proposed and given information on their 10-year amortization. So I want to know the ratepayer impact, when it calculated the same way. And I also want to know the bottom line revenue impact numbers. So I know, based upon the response that SPS gave to bench request 1-5, that the total net revenue requirement for the rebates under this plan is 7,440,000. Pardon me. Let me restate that. $7,044,860. I want to know that amount again for the expensing and then also for the 3-year amortization, what those numbers would be. I apologize to SPS and any party that requiring this information at this point might cause. However, I feel that it, not only do I need this information, but I think it's better for us to get this information now than it would be to have a bench request issued from the commission that might cause any delay potentially in our current suspension period. Does anybody have any questions on my bench request?
Madam
Just to
Yes, ma'am.
clarify, go ahead, Dana, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to make sure we knew which calculations to do. So we're talking about the AG's recommendation of expensing them in 1 year, right?
Yes.
And then SPS's proposal of recovering over 10 years at the WAC.
Right, which you already have, I believe.
Yeah,
in
we
bench
already have that. And then the 3 years, are you wanting the return with the WAC as Mr. Higgins recommended?
Yes.
Okay.
And then staff had the 10 years without a return.
So we add the 4th proposal.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And I prevail upon you to be able to provide that as expeditiously as we can to do that. Okay. Do I need any further clarification?
Hearing Examiner Hurst,
Mr. Rushoff.
can you please, I'm sorry, you mentioned just a moment ago the $7 million figure. Can you please just state that again so I have it correct?
Yes, sir. And if you go to Dropbox and you look at what got filed this morning, which is SPS's bench request response to 1-5.
Okay.
The little chart there that Ms. Nemi did, the total bottom line net revenue requirement was $7,044,860.
Okay.
So that's where I was getting that from.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. If there's nothing further, then I've got 1240. Let's come back at 140. And we will I'll make an effort to see if I need to ask Ms. Nemi about this bench request, or if my additional bench request is going to give me what I need. So she may not. I'll confer with hearing examiner Korean Camp and make a determination. And if not, Ms. Schul, then we will begin with our next witness, Prosperity Works witness, Ms. Porter. So I'll see you all at 1:40. Please don't forget about the Dropbox. Thank you. Hello there, Mr. Lee.
Hello, Judge.
Are we
I'm
good to
ready.
go? Very
Yes, ma'am.
well. Thank you, sir. Let's go back on the record. We're returning from our luncheon recess. And based upon our review of the bench request 1-5, and the new instruction for bench request 1-6, I do not believe, Ms. Huel, that we need to hear from Ms. Nemi again, but I'm glad that I appreciate SPS's accommodation to have her available to answer any questions on that exhibit.
Madam Hearing Examiner, may I ask two clarifying questions on the 6th bench request?
Yes.
For the customer impact, are you just wanting to see that for the residential customers?
No, I would
All
like
customer?
yes.
Okay, and then for the analysis that you've requested, the plan is to do it for the TEP plan year, so that would be 2025, 2026, and 2027.
Well,
Or are you thinking for each scenario?
yes, for
Okay.
each scenario, because I mean, basically what we have is 4 different alternatives, right? For how to treat those rebates, correct?
Right, so for example, the Department of Justice has expensing a rebate in 1 year, so that would be just 2025.
Right.
Okay, okay,
The-
I understand. Okay,
Okay.
I'll tell the regulatory group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I believe let's go off the record for just a second, Mr. Lee. Hearing Examiner Camp. We had a discussion with regard to another bench request.
Yes.
I can't find my note.
Do you want me to?
Do you recall the specifics of that, sir?
I do. I at least recall generally what the discussion was. Do you want me to go ahead?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
What we had discussed was with respect to the EVAAH program. We know there are only 2 participants, and the concern was, or the question was, what costs those 2 would need to pay under the terms of the contract if the program is terminated and they're no longer able to continue in the program.
Thank you, sir. Yes. And specifically, we looked over that contract, and if you look at, we're still off the record. If you look at section 9, it has the subscription term and termination. And it says in there, we, SPS/XL, I guess, may terminate the service agreement if, and you get down here and it says, basically for any reason, including but not limited to Excel Energy no longer supporting the program. So I don't really know what that means, but it has further. Oh, in section 8. No. Well, somewhere in here, it has the $200 charge for terminating the contract early. And then it has the option to buy, but it doesn't really say how much that's going to be. Anyway, so based upon our review of this, we have a question. So we can go back on the record, Mr. Lee, and we've had a brief discussion about another bench request that that I'm going to issue to SPS, and that is, what are the specific terms and conditions that would apply to the 2 customers that are on the EV AAH program, should the commission grant SPS's request to discontinue this program? Ms. Hardy, Ms. Schul, any questions on what the bench request is?
I do not have questions.
Okay, I've heard testimony from the company, I think from a couple of witnesses, that SPS hasn't determined yet. That's not acceptable. I'm not going to make a recommendation on this program until I know what might happen to your 2 existing customers.
Understood.
Okay,
Thank
very
you.
well. All right, so if there's no questions on that bench request, thank you. Thank you for jogging my memory there, hearing examiner Korean Camp. And I believe we're ready for the presentation of our next witness. And according to our witness order, we are now going to have Prosperity Works witness, Ms. Porter. Welcome, Ms. Porter. Good to see you again. Just gotta unmute yourself. There you are. Hello.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Lee, would you please swear Ms. Porter in?
Ms. Porter, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Ms. Lynch?
Ms. Lynch, I think you're muted.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Porter.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your first and last name and spell it for the court reporter?
Ona, O-N-A, Porter, P-O-R-T-E-R.
Thank you. And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
Prosperity Works. I'm the founder emerita and clean energy leader.
Okay. I'm going to refer you to a document that is marked Prosperity Works Exhibit 1. Can you identify it?
That's my direct testimony.
Okay. Did you or did someone under your direction prepare it?
I did.
Are there any changes you would like to make to it?
No, there are not.
Do you adopt it as your sworn testimony today?
Yes, I do.
Are there any attachments to your direct testimony?
I believe my resume is attached.
Thank you. And did you prepare it?
I did.
Is it accurate and up to date?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now I'd like to refer you to a document that is marked Prosperity Works Exhibit 2.
Yes, that's my
Can you?
my
Okay,
rebuttal
thank you.
testimony.
Yep. And did you prepare it?
I did.
Are there any changes you would make to it?
No,
Do you adopt it as your sworn testimony today?
I do.
Are there any attachments to your rebuttal testimony?
No, there are not.
Okay. And with that, hearing examiner, I'd like to move for admission of Prosperity Works Exhibits 1 and 2.
Any objection to what's been identified as Prosperity Works Exhibit 1, Ms. Porter's direct testimony as affirmed by her here today? Hearing no objections, Prosperity Works Exhibit 1 is admitted. Are there any objections to what has been identified as Prosperity Works Exhibit 2, Ms. Porter's direct testimony as affirmed, or her rebuttal testimony as affirmed by her here today? Hearing none, Prosperity Works Exhibit 2 is admitted. Ms. Lynch?
Yes. With that, do you have something to say?
Nope, I was just directing it back to you.
Okay. With that, I'd like to tender the witness for questions from the hearing examiner and any other party.
Very well. Ms. Hardy, Ms. Huell, SPS had reserved 5 minutes for questions for Ms. Porter. Would you like to go ahead?
We don't have any questions. We'll waive cross.
Very well. There you are, Mr. Rushoff and Ms. Roach. Large customer group, excuse me, had reserved 10 minutes for cross-examination of Ms. Porter. Go ahead.
We'll also be waiving our time.
Okay. Oh, there you are, Ms. Roach. Very well.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next party to reserve time, Mr. Yar, Mr. Dunbar. ChargePoint, I believe, had reserved 20 minutes for cross-examination of Ms. Porter. Go ahead.
Thank you, hearing examiner. Hopefully it will not take the full 20 minutes. Good afternoon, Ms. Porter. It's good to see you again.
Thank you. Good to see you as well.
I am very pleased that the level of disagreement between Prosperity Works and ChargePoint has diminished since we last met 3 or 4 years ago at this venue. So, and we've talked a lot about the issue of credit card readers a bit today. So I think we can just clarify the record and move on. Would you please refer first to your direct testimony, page 26?
Yes.
So the question on line 2 states, quote, should charging stations be required to have credit cards, end quote. And I won't read the full response, but the first 3 sentences state, starting at line 3, quote, in the initial TEP, it was important for public charging stations to include credit card chip readers because at the time, contactless credit cards were not the norm. Several years have passed and contactless credit cards are ubiquitous. It is still important for public charging stations to accept credit cards, not necessarily chip readers, end quote. So just to clarify, Prosperity Works' position is that public charging stations supported by SPS's TEP except or include contactless credit card readers. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay. So I just want to clarify. I appreciate that. I want to clarify a statement in your rebuttal testimony based on that. If you turn to your rebuttal testimony, please, on page 7.
Okay.
And the question at line 10 states, quote, ChargePoint supports the removal of credit card readers from EVSI installed at workplaces, multifamily buildings, and those used for fleets. Do you support this recommendation? End quote. And your response on line 13 begins, no. So just to clarify, first of all, it was SPS that proposed not to include any equipment requirements for the commercial program, including not having any credit card reader requirements, correct?
Yes.
And ChargePoint didn't make this proposal. ChargePoint just supported SPS's proposals. Is that your understanding?
It is.
Okay. And to clarify further, your testimony states that ChargePoint supports the removal of credit card readers, but what I think you are referring to is not the physical removal of credit card readers, but the removal of a programmatic requirement. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And and just to clarify, again, referring back to your direct testimony a moment ago, with respect to workplaces, multifamily buildings, with respect to chargers at workplaces, multifamily buildings, and fleets, is Prosperity Works okay with not requiring credit card readers at those types of chargers?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And that saves me lots of time, and that's all I have. Thank you so much, Ms. Porter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. That was a fast 20 minutes. Mr. Rossi, I believe that staff reserved 5 minutes for cross-examination for Ms. Porter.
Correct. No questions from staff. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Porter, as I said yesterday, I think they're acting like it's Friday afternoon.
I agree.
And you're getting the benefit, I guess, of or it's just that your testimony is so clear we all understand what's going on, but which I'm going to assume is the case in here. And I've got a few questions for you. I appreciated the clarification. I think also, as Mr. Dunbar referenced, there seems to be a different response in the second round of TEPs on some of the issues than there was, especially with regard to low-income programs and credit card readers, isn't there?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Do you believe that there's a different response from parties and the company to some of the proposals that Prosperity Works made in the initial round?
Yes.
Of TEPs? And I was just highlighting that two of the ones that I've really noticed are with regard to the inclusion of low income and underserved areas. There wasn't such a robust response in the first TEP, was there?
No, there was not.
Um, to what do you attribute the change in positions?
I think it really has to do somewhat with the growth of understanding of both the need and also that limited income people not being included would be another one of those systemic marginalization things that leave them behind again.
Do you also think perhaps that the additional consideration of the statutory requirements and some of the other legislation that's passed has changed perhaps from the first time that we did those TEPs?
Yes, I believe that is important.
I can remember your testimony in the P&M TEP case, and I believe that was the first time that I was educated on a secondary EV market.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any new information that you can give me about whether or not that secondary market has increased, decreased, stayed the same, if you know?
It's increased, ma'am, pretty dramatically. And a lot of that has to do with the age of leases in the market and people coming out of those leases buying buying or leasing new cars and either turning those cars that they had back in or selling them, buying them and reselling them.
I guess I didn't even consider the leasing market. Do you have any other information on an EV leasing market here in New Mexico?
Well, I am a lessee, and it has been a very satisfying experience. There are lots of options that are available to me, and my granddaughter has used that option as well. And
wasn't she the one that had the previously owned Leaf?
Yes, that's right. That is correct. The one that in 3 years we spent $4.25 on. You mean that one?
Oh. I just remember, like I say, that you educated me that there was a secondary market because I was questioning the ability for low income persons to purchase EVs because of the cost.
Correct. Well, that cost has certainly changed dramatically. Recently, a legislator asked me to do an analysis of models available under $40,000, and I decided to stop at 10. There are so many more that are available.
Wow.
And most of those also qualify for the federal rebates. And if you're low income, the P&M rebates or the El Paso Electric rebates. So when we capital stack those, people can actually buy an EV for less than they can a gas-powered car.
And when you're talking about the rebates, is that available for a previously owned one or just the new ones?
No, they're available for used as well.
Do you have any idea of some ballpark figure for an actual cost here in New Mexico for a previously owned or for a new EV?
Well, for new EVs, I'm thinking the averaging now is around $35,000 unless you're buying a luxury car. And in the used market, it is between 20 and 25.
So it sounds like that the previously owned ones hold up pretty well on their value. Is that right?
That's true. So with our granddaughter's leased car, at the end of that lease, we bought it from the dealership and resold it for about $1,500 less than we had paid for it after she drove it for 3 years.
Wow. So that's a pretty good investment.
It certainly was.
Do you primarily charge your EV at home?
I do.
Do you have a level 2 charger?
We have level 2 chargers in both of our garages, hers and ours.
And it looks like, according to your resume, you are located in the Albuquerque area.
That's correct, ma'am.
Do you have a familiarity with SPS's service territory?
Yes, I do. We are headquartered in Albuquerque, but we work statewide.
Have you had occasion to travel in SPS's service territory in recent time?
It's probably been 4 or 5 years since I went down there to meet with the foundation.
It's been asserted in this case that I believe approximately somewhere around 40% of SPS's service territory residents could qualify as low-income persons. Does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And I've heard testimony that there does not appear to have been significant, what I would consider significant participation in the prior transportation electrification plan. Is that your understanding?
It is.
Do you, and if you were have you been listening?
Yes, ma'am.
If then you probably remember I expressed some surprise that some of the programs that were put forth and were adopted in the P&M TEP that you and I worked on a few years ago,
yes,
weren't available in this one, in their current one.
That's right.
Were you surprised?
I was surprised.
Did you participate in the initial SPS TEP?
Yes.
Do you believe that with regard to the what I would consider broader scope programs offered in this TEP, do you believe it's an improvement over the last SPS TEP?
With respect to limited income people, I do not.
So you don't think that limited income people are going to be able to benefit from the expansion of the commercial and DC FC programs?
Well, certainly, but that would be the same as the general population. But the things that I'm speaking of are, for instance, rebates on cars, rebates on bikes. Those are the things that will really move the needle in terms of low income adoption rates of electric vehicles.
And I just haven't got there yet. I'm just looking generally with regard to the program and the I guess the benefits to SPS's service territory at large. So you think there's some benefit in the program as proposed, but not necessarily to low income residents of SPS's service territory.
Generally speaking, yes, that's correct. Now again, it's a chicken and the egg kind of thing, because there are some opportunities for limited income people in terms of charging and infrastructure charging in their homes. But they're not going to use that if they don't have an EV. And we know that the number one barrier to purchase is cost for limited income people.
So you think perhaps then that the low numbers that SPS encountered in its first DEP can only be solved by your recommendations on rebates to purchase and
Yes.
the e-bike?
Yes.
Yes. So that would allow do you think that the rebate should be offered to everybody or just low income people?
My primary concern, of course, is with low income people. And I think for market rate folks that the cost of EVs has come down significantly so that it would be affordable for them without a rebate.
Okay. But if I think what I heard yesterday and this morning is that the cost of the programs would and clarify for me, are you recommending that the money be taken from other parts of the proposed program or be in addition to?
That doesn't make any difference to us. We think it needs to be there and it could be added. I think there's some other things that maybe are there that would not necessarily need to be there, but low income rebate programs are an essential. They're not a nice to have.
Do you think that there's any amount of SPS's proposed TEP budget that would be too much for EPE customers to have to pay?
There may be, but I don't know what that line would be.
If the focus of SPS's TEP is on low income customers and it facilitates low income customers in SPS's jurisdiction service area to purchase an EV, but the infrastructure hasn't been developed, how much is the low income customer really going to be benefited?
Well, if we're talking about infrastructure, meaning the build out of the charging networks, again, about 80% of people charge at home. And in addition to that, the battery life of automobiles now, EVs now, is significantly different than it was even in the last case. And so, for instance, the battery life of my car is, or range is 350 miles. And so those figures that have been quoted between one city and another of 100 miles, that ain't nothing.
And you have a new vehicle?
It's a 2012.
So then help me understand. The 100-mile range that you reference just now, you don't think that's an accurate comparison for the battery life of an EV?
The battery range of most EVs.
Pardon me. Yeah, I said life. I meant range of most. You think that most EVs have a greater range than 100 miles?
Yes, and even I think that our granddaughter's Nissan was a 2018, and it would have handled that easily.
And I don't know if you'll know this, but perhaps you can educate me on this. Does the charge in the battery dissipate if you don't drive the EV? Like if you just left your EV in the garage for a month and then you went out to use it, would your battery have dissipated during that time period?
I'm not sure of the answer to that. It might to some degree, but I don't think that I would have no charge when I went out there.
Okay. And I'm just asking based on your knowledge and experience, because it sounds, how long have you been driving an EV?
I guess about 8 years.
And you said that Prosperity Works works for all parts of New Mexico?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you driven your EV all over New Mexico, or?
I have indeed.
So you're not somebody that's experienced range anxiety?
No, I think that when you drive an EV and you drive distances that you need to do some planning, but other than that, no. Think about how long your charge is going to last, monitor that. Our cars tell us if we want to know where's the nearest charging station, whether it is a fast charger or a level 2 charger, and even whether it's working or not. Our cars tell us that.
Do you have to have a proprietary app to get that information?
No, ma'am, I have not had a single proprietary app.
Well, that's a really smart car.
It is a smart car.
So you don't have to have your smartphone in your car for it to do that?
I don't believe I do. Well, no, I don't think so. But I always have my phone with me because that's where my driver's license is.
Okay. But I mean, it's the car that's actually communicating.
Yes, that's correct.
To get you that.
That's correct.
Do you have to have like Sirius or some satellite service to do that?
No.
Okay. Are there any charging stations that you've been to that you can pay cash?
No.
And you're okay with contactless payment?
Yes.
And going forward, you're okay with having the credit card reader not be a requirement to any of the TEP programs?
Those for fleets and workplaces that are not accessible to the public, we are.
But for public charging stations, you think there should still be a reader?
If we're talking about the same thing, which means you can tap to pay, then that works.
Okay, so a contactless
Right.
payment is okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I recall that was, that the card reader was a big issue in the last case that I handled. And I found your testimony persuasive on that issue and recommended that be included in the program. And I realize now 3 years has changed, so I just want to make sure that from your perspective, that you believe that it would be acceptable not to have that requirement going forward in the future, as long as there was a credit card payment option. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. And thank you for that advocacy in the previous case.
You see, not advocacy. I just weighed.
I appreciate that. Okay, I'm the advocate.
You are the advocate. Yes. No, I just weighed the evidence. I guess I wanted to ask you one question about, because I'm not that familiar with e-bikes. Do you have one of those?
I do not. I'm a bike rider, but I pedal mine.
Why is it you think, because you're recommending that that SPS have an e-bike program, correct?
Yes, I am.
Why is it that you think that SPS, with what has been characterized as a rural service area, which to me indicates distance between places, as opposed to, a community like Albuquerque, why is it you think that an e-bike program would work there?
Well, number one, I think there are areas of population concentration that where they could easily be used. And I think, there is certainly a question about the rural nature. And I think that many e-bikes would handle the distances, but I'm not sure that people would want to be on the highway for the periods of time it would take to travel from one of those municipal areas to another.
So you think perhaps then that the usage and participation would be in the cities within SPS's service territory. That's where the e-bikes would be utilized.
I think that's most likely, definitely. Interestingly, we did a survey of people with whom we are doing energy efficiency retrofits in a particular area of Albuquerque and ask about e-bikes and if there was an opportunity to have an e-bike and that was subsidized in some way, would they do that? And 87% of them said yes, and 80% of those 87% owned cars. But I think they were seeing this as a more economical way to get around.
And the energy efficiency context that you reference was with someone who would be identified as a low-income person that would qualify for an e-bike?
Yes, ma'am. Those are the people we serve with our energy efficiency program.
Was it the Mortgage Finance Authority that some of that money used to come from to?
Yes, they have the Department of Energy weatherization money, but this is a different, we use different sources of money. We use the utilities required by the Efficient Use of Energy Act. We use their low-income programs. We have an open PO with the Water Authority in Albuquerque to replace toilets. And we also get grant funds on top of that to do things that none of those will provide.
I mean, it's been a while since I heard anything about LIHEAP or any program like that. But I mean, does federal government have any low-income assistance program for EV money on an individual scale?
Does what? I'm sorry.
The federal government, is there any kind of program to provide like rebates or some kind of monetary assistance to purchase EVs or e-bikes for the low-income people?
Well, with the IRA, I mean, that's one of the basis of the federal rebate program, but that's for cars. It's not for bikes.
For bikes. Okay. And you believe that the bikes would be utilized for what purpose?
I think pretty much the same purpose that cars are used for, but more often they're going to be used to and from work, to and from school, to and from appointments, any places that you don't have to carry a bunch of things.
Do you have any idea what one of those costs?
Oh, the range is huge. But I think you can, generally speaking, you can buy a good bike, meaning one that's going to last, one that is going to be safe in terms of battery life and so on, for about $1,200.
Wow. Significantly less than a previously owned EV or a new EV.
Absolutely.
Understanding the limitations of what it can be used for. Yeah. Ms. Porter, I appreciate your time. I thank you. I don't have any further questions. Hearing Examiner Krienkamp, Do you have any questions, sir?
Not at this point. No, thank you.
Very well. Ms. Lynch, any redirect for Ms. Porter?
Yes, I just have redirect.
Go ahead.
Okay. Miss Porter, I would like you to go back to page 26 of your direct testimony.
Yes, I'm there.
I believe Mr. Dunbar had directed you to the statement that you made regarding credit cards and credit card chip readers. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in his questioning of you, he asked whether, and I'm not asking you to answer this question, I'm just reminding you. He asked you whether a program requirement for inclusion of credit cards on public chargers should or should not be considered in this TEP. And I just am concerned by that use of the term program requirement. And I'm not sure if you fully understood program requirement. So I'd like to spend some time on the concept of program requirement and your understanding, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Do you support public chargers funded under this TEP requiring the use of credit card readers, even if those readers are contactless?
Yes.
Okay, so you would support this TEP, including some sort of requirement for public chargers to have credit card readers?
Yes.
Now
Okay.
let's wait just a second. I didn't think there could be something that was a credit card reader that was contactless.
Yes, a contactless wireless credit card reader. Is
that the external that?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, if you could
I'm
just
testifying.
yeah, you can't testify, but if you could just ask Ms. Porter to clarify what her understanding is, or I'll ask her. Ms. Porter, what is your understanding, or can you point to me the differences between a credit card reader, a contactless credit card payment, and what your attorney just asked you about, a contactless credit card reader? So 3 different things. Do you understand my question?
I think I do, but
Okay.
Okay, so I think that the either the contactless payment or the contactless reader is the same thing. One is the device and the other one is on my credit card.
What I heard this morning was from Ms. Scowron. Were you listening to her testimony?
I'm not certain.
Okay. Well, she was the charge point witness.
Okay.
And so what I heard from her this morning was that contactless payment is where you can just tap.
Right.
Again, I don't have an EV. I've looked at the chargers before, just walking by them. So I don't know all about them, but my understanding from her testimony was that you could just tap the charger someplace and pay. But what she was telling me about the credit card reader is that it's actually an external device that's hooked on to the charger that the reader part, the external part to the charger, is the part that SPS wants to get rid of or not offer. And then she elaborated on the things, some of the maintenance reasons why that they didn't offer them with their product. Did you hear that testimony?
I did not.
Okay. So after me telling you that's what was testified to, which is the type of payment that you support?
The tap to pay.
Okay. Does it have to, can it be tapping the charger, or is this an actual external device?
In all of the cases where I have used public charging, it's part of the charging device.
Okay. And I guess what I'm just trying to distinguish here is if I go to the gas station, there are gas stations that have the little thing that says you can tap to pay,
right,
but it also has where you can insert the card.
Correct.
Okay. And so you're okay with just tap to pay?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Lynch?
Thank you for clarifying that. I didn't realize I was misusing the word reader. But at the same time, I think we're also wanting to nail down program requirements. And it is Ms. Porter's belief, if you can affirm, Ms. Porter, that a charging station, a public charging station under this TEP should include a form of contactless credit card payment, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it, Ms. Lynch?
That is
That
the
would-
extent. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very well. Any questions from any of the parties?
Yeah.
I heard, yep, Mr. Dunbar.
Madam Hearing Examiner, just trying to be helpful. I think I understand the source of the confusion, and I'd be happy to explain it. And I would be summarizing Ms. Scowron's testimony, not testifying myself. Also, she's available to be recalled if that would be helpful. But I can try to do it in the form of a question to Ms. Porter. But I know there's a lot of confusion, and I wouldn't want us to leave here with any residue.
Do you believe that my characterization of Ms. Scowron's testimony was incorrect?
It's slightly.
To what extent do you think that I didn't understand the difference between the external and internal and the concept of tap to pay?
I think I can explain it very briefly. So a tap to pay or contactless reader is always internal to a charging station, which I think Ms. Porter affirmed. So at a public charger, you walk up and you can tap your credit card, you can tap your phone, you can tap your membership card, and that's all internal to the station. But there's still there's a device inside the station in a public charger that's processing a payment. And I think the distinction that Ms. Scowron was trying to draw in the non-public context, so a workplace or a fleet, for example, where there's no need to process
A payment.
payment.
No, I got that. I understood that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So there's nothing external. A chip reader does require an external device, at least for ChargePoint chargers, and I believe for
Right.
many others as
Right.
well.
Right, but we're not talking
I mean,
about that anymore. I
right.
mean,
No party's supporting that.
right, right. Okay. Yeah, no, I get that there's, that there's differences, and I recall Ms. Gowron's testimony about how one has a screen and you can get different, you can get different options. And yes, I understand that that ChargePoint's offering, and I recall that specific testimony about Apple Pay and everything else. So appreciate it, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you.
Okay, certainly. Thank you.
I think we're in an understanding here. Okay. Anyone have questions? Not hearing questions. Ms. Porter, thank you. Appreciate your time, and you're excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Lynch, anything further from Prosperity Works?
No, ma'am. Thank you, hearing examiner.
Very well. I believe then that we have reached the staff portion of our hearing. And Mr. Rossi, I believe you have a witness. Ms. Porter, I'm going to have to ask you so I can, yep, thank you. Mr. Rossi, would you like to call your first witness?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, staff would like to call Tyler Creston.
All right.
Oh.
Mr. Crispin has the Zoom link?
He does, ma'am.
Okay, there he is.
Sorry, there's a little bit of a delay when you watch on YouTube.
There you are, Mr. Crispin. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Hearing Examiner. Are you able to hear me okay?
I am.
Wonderful.
Awesome. Mr. Lee, could you please swear Mr. Crispin in?
Mr. Creston, would you please raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter of opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Mr. Rossi.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
Tyler Crispin.
And where or how are you employed?
I'm employed by the Public Regulations Commission. I'm an economist with the PRC Utility Division in the Accounting Bureau.
As part of your duties, did you review this application?
Yes, I did.
And did you prepare testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have a copy of that exhibit labeled Staff Exhibit 1?
Yes, I do.
And was this testimony prepared by you?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to that testimony?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Are your answers true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
And are there any attachments to your testimony?
Yes, there is.
At this time, staff moves to admit Staff Exhibit 1.
And did I hear Crispin and not Crispin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Crispin, I want to make sure I I pronounced her name correctly, sir. Did you say you had an attachment to your testimony or no?
I do, yes.
Okay, and you prepared that, or it was prepared under your direction and control?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Hearing Examiner, sorry.
Any objection to what's been identified as Staff Exhibit 1, Mr. Crispin's direct testimony as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, Staff Exhibit 1 is admitted. Mr. Rossi.
And sorry for mispronouncing your last name once again. I have no further questions for this witness. He is
Very
available
well.
for cross-examination.
Well, Mr. Crispin, the one party who had some questions for you, wave. Wait, I know. How lucky are you? Buy that lottery ticket on the way home. So there's not going to be any cross-examination from the parties, but I do have a few questions for you. So looks like this is your second case
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, it is.
to testify. Are you having fun yet?
Yes, it is a blast.
Excellent. And I noticed with your educational background, you have a BBA with a concentration in accounting.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
right?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner.
So your position is, your technical name position is economist, but you're tasked to the accounting bureau with the commission, correct?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner.
And in your review, you reviewed SPS's last TEP.
Yes, I did look over it.
Did you have some surprise in comparing the two with regard to the proposed budget?
Yes, I definitely had a surprise with such an increase from the previous TEP to this TEP. It was pretty shocking. I think it was over a 600% increase that was recognized.
Yeah, I circled that part, 630% increase.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner.
That's page 13 of your testimony, beginning answering the analysis portion.
Yes, I'm there now.
So with regard to the overall budget recommendation, on line 17 of your, or page 17 of your testimony, you have recommended approximately 16.5 million, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
And you say that's a 29% reduction from the proposed budget. But what's the percentage of increase? Do you know?
Of increase from what budget?
From the last one?
From the last budget to the new budget? Oh,
From the last budget to your proposed budget.
I did not I calculated the 29% decrease from the proposed budget of the application to my new budget. I guess I'm not
Right.
following your question.
Well, you know, you give me the proposed increase of what they want as being 630%, right?
From last TEP to this new one.
Right. Why didn't you give me the proposed increase from last time on what yours was? So I could compare apples to apples.
Okay. I think that's a great recommendation.
So the majority, just generally tell me how you got from their budget to your proposed budget.
I went from their budget to my proposed budget by decreasing the commercial portfolio. I took away their distribution investments, as well as decreased their line extension investments proposed budget by 20%. Those two reductions brought the commercial down significantly. And that's how I arrived at the 16.5.
But you didn't. And why did you do that? Did you think they were over optimistic in those numbers, or is there some other reason?
I did believe they were over optimistic in their numbers. In my testimony, I talk about their commercial uptake and how it was low, at least lower than expected. And I thought that their new forecast was a bit optimistic, considering the uptake that they've seen for these programs.
Sir? Are you the case coordinator for this case, Mr. Crispin?
No, ma'am, I'm not. That's Mr. Edison Jimenez.
Do you have any idea why you don't have an engineer on the team, or do you?
We do not on this one.
Did you talk to an engineer about that, about the feeder upgrades or voltage issues?
We did have brief conversations with some of the engineers from staff about the feeder upgrades and line extension upgrades. We arose to the same conclusion that they weren't necessarily needed right now for what their uptake is, and that these potential investments were more due to their optimistic forecasting.
Is there any concern from staff that the proposed distribution and commercial, well, primarily the infrastructure, is just a vehicle for, as one of the earlier witnesses testified, potentially to have less scrutiny, quicker payment / recovery for the utility on some of this capital and projects?
Could you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Sure. Was there any concern from staff? I've heard earlier today from a witness that potentially this alternative rate recovery for some of this distribution investment is potentially problematic. And the reasons that they thought that it was included less scrutiny of the project than traditional rate making. A potential to reduce regulatory lag for the company. And with the reduction of the regulatory lag and the ability to collect it sooner, increased revenue opportunity for the company.
Yeah, this does raise some concern, and it does. We do kind of agree that it could be a vehicle to push some of these potential investments along faster than they would have been pushed through what would be general business.
But you didn't remove all of it, right?
No. So we saw that there was some potential to move the CEP program forward with some of these investments, but we did not believe that all of them were needed. So we did see potential for line extension in those projects, but the distribution feeder upgrades we didn't see fit.
I'm sorry, the distribution feeder upgrades, and can you speak up, sir?
Yes, the distribution feeder upgrades we didn't see fit.
Mr. Crispin, you also testified with regard to the subject of rebates.
Yes, ma'am.
And basically your recommendation, beginning on page 21, or actual rebate part on page 22, you're recommending that the rebates be removed from rate base. Is that right?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I am recommending that they be removed from rate base, as I don't believe these rebates would qualify as plant or capital or long-term assets for the company. The company would otherwise wouldn't have these rebates in rate base because all of these equipment are owned by the customer behind the meter.
So basically then you think the rebates should just be expensed.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I do. But there
Did
is
you-
there is a footnote to my recommendation on page 23 of my testimony.
Yes.
Footnote 34.
Yes.
That staff recognizes that the commission granted this treatment in the past. And so if the commission feels as the company does need to earn a return on the regulatory asset, then it recommends the rate of return be set to no more than the company's cost of debt. Similar to what Ms. Lane was saying earlier.
Well, I mean, if they expense the rebate, then how is there any carrying charge?
This note here is only if they were not to. So this note here is if they were to allow the company to have the rebates in rate base, then we're recommending the carrying charge would be no more than the company's cost of debt.
Which is
1.97%.
And I was still on page 22. I didn't get to 23. I did have questions about your footnote. Just for clarification in the record, you refer to on line 1, page 23 of your testimony, to something called ASC, capital A, capital S, capital C, 980-340-25-5. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That is an accounting standard provided by the PwC.
It's an accounting. I didn't hear you, sir.
Standard.
And who is the PwC?
They're the ones that do regulatory accounting, the audit and assurance consulting.
You're trailing
audit.
off. You have to stay closer to your mic.
The audit and assurance accounting.
And apparently this ASC or accounting standard codification, that's what that is, correct?
I'm sorry, what? I lost the page on accident. I just exited out of my testimony. Would you direct me back to it?
Yeah, I'm on page 23 of your testimony. We're looking at the top line and we're also looking at footnote 34.
Okay.
Okay, so this ASC is accounting standard codification, right?
Yes, that's the section where you can find the standard.
And that was developed by FASB,
Yes.
the Financial Accounting Standards Board.
Actually, I'm unsure of that. I don't.
Okay. Do you know who developed it?
I believe the PwC developed it.
Why do you use it?
As a reference to accounting standards.
So staff's primary position is that the rebates not be amortized, but the secondary position is if they are, they should only be subject to the recovery of the cost of debt.
Yes,
correct?
Examiner, that is correct.
Did you look at any of the in your recommendation on the lower TEP budget
Mhm.
and also your proposed expense of the rebates. Did you look at any of the ratepayer impact numbers as to the impacts of your recommendations?
Like a bill impact?
Yes.
Yes, I believe Mr. Jimenez impact.
Okay. Very well. That's all the questions I had for you, sir. Hearing examiner Korean Camp, questions for Mr. Crispin?
I sure do. Thank you, hearing examiner Hurst.
You're welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Crispin.
Hearing examiner Korean Camp.
I want to start sort of where hearing examiner Hurst left off with respect to the treatment of the rebates, because I just want to get this straight in my own mind. Hearing examiner Hurst asked the question just a few minutes ago. She asked you, staff's primary position is that rebates should not be amortized, but the secondary position is if they are, they should only be subject to the cost, the recovery of the cost of debt. And you answered yes. You remember that?
Yeah, I do.
So I'm struggling because there has been a reference to this previously in the hearing to what staff's position was. And I recall the discussion was, at least what the parties understood, was that staff were proposing that it be amortized for 10 years, but SPS not be allowed to earn a return.
Yes, I'm sorry if I misspoke. Staff's position is to amortize the rebates over 10 years. Yes. The primary position is to remove the rebates from rate base so they do not earn a full WAC return on them. Our secondary position still has the 10-year amortization period, but instead of offering the WAC return, we would like to have the cost of debt return.
Okay. So I appreciate the clarification. That makes sense. I do still want to push on that, I guess, the primary position, just so that I'm clear. One of the questions that I had asked the SPS witnesses about staff's proposal, you may recall if you've been watching the hearing that there was this discussion about whether or not SPS said that by earning a return, they meant essentially recouping their cost of financing. And I asked the question, if you're not allowed to earn a return, then does that mean that essentially what staff's position would require you to do is essentially SPS would have to essentially just eat that cost of financing? Is that what you're primarily proposing? And then if the commission doesn't agree with that, then the fallback option would be just the cost of debt. Can you help me clarify? Do you understand what I'm asking you?
Yes, that's actually exactly what staff is proposing. Yeah.
So then in that case, can you tell me why that sort of first option, why that's reasonable and why SPS should be required essentially to eat the cost of financing?
Yeah, so staff's position is that rebates are not the same as plant and service. Rebates that are given are for equipment that's going to be owned by the customer. Usually a WAC return is for infrastructure built by the company to have an incentive. And we do not see these rebates the same as we would see those type of investments.
Well, and I understand that. I mean, I understand that sort of the fallback, what you're suggesting is if they do earn some sort of a return, it not be at the full WAC, right? It just be limited to debt. But I guess what I'm trying to understand is that primary position, why they wouldn't be allowed to get their cost of financing with respect to that debt. Do you see what I'm trying to get at here?
I do, and I think that is mainly back to the point of it's not the same as they would be making an investment into their own company, since they're giving these investments or rebates to the customer for the customer to own.
Okay. But in fairness to SPS is still financing these rebates, even though they're not for their own, their own cap. well, I mean, if they were to be fully subscribed and whatnot, they would be paying for these, wouldn't they?
Yes, they were.
Okay,
Look, if I may, sir,
please do.
Mr. Crispin, it's an expense, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they don't earn. I mean, an expense is treated differently than a rate-based item, right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am.
And they're not entitled to earn the WAC on an expense, are they?
No, they're not.
Do you know whether or not there would be any cost of finance, or I don't want to say cost of financing because we've equated, I believe in the proceeding, cost of financing with the weighted average cost of capital. So let me rephrase it and ask you, do you know whether or not there's any costs that they could recover on an expense?
Not unless it's in rate base, I believe.
Thank you. Mr. Korean Camp,
Okay.
Hearing Examiner Korean Camp.
Okay. Let me then just ask one other question about one of the other proposals in the case, and that is the Department of Justice's proposal to expense the rebate cost rather than amortize it over 10 years. Can you give me your perspective on that and why staff's proposal would be superior?
I didn't do any studies on expensing them at the immediate time that they were incurred. That'd be a troubling comparison for me to make.
Why?
Okay.
I didn't do the particular study that hearing examiner Korean Camp asked about NMDOJ. I didn't do that personally.
Okay, I thought I heard you say that it would be troubling.
I just wouldn't be able, without doing that study, I don't believe I'd be able to compare mine to theirs.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, and let me just ask you one more question. This is about the removal or the recommended removal of the distribution feeder budget on page 17 of your testimony. So this again is one of the subjects that we've come back to throughout the hearing over these 3 days. SPS has essentially responded to a number of the parties by emphasizing that they have this concern about the timing of these investments and that there's a need on their part where they see the importance of being proactive and not essentially waiting until there's this bottleneck, I think is the term that has been used on their system. Can you tell me what you make of that position from SPS?
Yes, I understand proactive investments into a system, but overly optimistic projections I feel have raised the amount of potential projects or budget.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Crispin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Korean Camp. I guess I thought I was clear. I think I'm confused again. With regard to the rebate treatment, Mr. Crispin, staff's primary position is that the rebates be expensed.
Yes. and amortized over 10 years.
That's your, okay. So I guess I better be careful with the term. Staff believes that the rebates are an expense.
Yes.
And staff's recommendation is that they be treated as a regulatory asset that's not included in rate base.
No. Staff's primary recommendation is to remove the rebates from rate base, which would then consequently not allow a return on. So it would not allow the WACC because we're taking the rebates entirely out of the rate base, but leaving them in the expense column. So yes,
But
they
if
would
they're, if you want them treated as an expense and not a regulatory asset, shouldn't they just be expensed over 1 year like a regular expense?
They could be. We were trying to keep it consistent with the way that they were treated and amortized over the past DEP.
Okay, but your testimony on page 24 at line 3 says, staff proposes the commission approve TEP rebates into a regulatory asset, comma, remove the regulatory asset from rate base, comma, approve the company to amortize the rebates over a 10-year period, and disapprove the weighted average cost of capital of the asset, right?
Yes, and that is incorrect.
Okay.
So yeah, thank you.
All right. So that's not what you're recommending.
Not that first part, no.
Okay. So what you're recommending is that the rebates should be treated as an expense that's amortized over a 10-year period at the cost of debt. Is that right?
For my primary position?
Yes.
Not the cost of debt part, but yes, for the rest of it.
Okay. All right, then let's go back. Staff's primary position is the rebates should be approved as an expense that's amortized over the 10-year period.
And not
Nothing else. Nothing else. Just that.
No. Yes.
That's your
Madam
recommendation?
Examiner.
Okay. Then your fallback position is your first position, but you'd allow them to recover the cost of debt.
Yes, thus turning it into a regulatory asset. So the fallback is if the commission approved the regulatory asset, then it will be placed as a regulatory asset, and we are asking to earn a return of only the cost of debt.
Okay. So one is an expense, one is a regulatory asset.
Yes.
Okay.
And
how is it that you can recommend a 10-year amortization on any amount, whether you call it an expense or a regulatory asset, and not let them recover the cost of debt?
Yes.
Mr. Crispy?
Oh, yes. Can you ask that question one more time, please?
Sure. I want to know how it is under your first proposal where you're calling it an expense, where you're calling the rebates an expense, and you're going to have them amortized over a 10-year period. but you don't want to allow any recovery of anything, even the cost of debt. I mean, how can you do that for 10 years?
Staff thought it was appropriate, due to the nature of the investments. I understand what you're saying, and it does make sense to me. But it does seem a bit. Over.
A bit what? You think it, I mean, like I say, obviously it's your recommendation, so you must think it's appropriate to have the.
Yeah, and that was just the 10 years was based off the past TEP decision, of the 10-year amortization period. And that's where I stuck with, that's where my testimony kept that 10-year amortization period of the rebates.
Okay, but I mean, you understand the problem with why the flaw in your recommendation, right?
I do see how it could be flawed.
Hearing examiner Kreenkamp?
I think you've answered my question. You articulated it very helpfully. I guess I was not able to do that, but thank you. And thank you, Mr. Crespin, sincerely for your testimony. I appreciate it.
Does anyone have any questions based upon hearing examiner Kreenkamp or my questions to Mr. Crespin?
Madam Examiner, I just have one or two.
Okay, let me see first. Let's include the redirect in here. So we'll just go. Mr. Rossi, any redirect for your witness?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Crespin.
Oh, Ms. Hardy.
I just have a couple questions for you. So typically, if an item is expensed as an O&M expense, it's recovered in 1 year. Is that your understanding?
Typically, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned a long-term or a cost of debt rate of 1 point, I think you said 9%, something around there.
Yes.
And I have the reconciliation statement from SPS's last rate case, which is case number 2200286. And it reflects a cost of long-term debt at 4.34%.
Yes. I was using the weighted average cost of debt.
Okay, so you're only looking at the weighted average cost of long-term debt, which is 1.97, correct?
Yeah. Where was that document?
I am looking at the Exhibit D to the certification of stipulation in case number 2200286.
What page of D?
Page 6.
And there we are. Cost of long-term debt, 4.34. Thank you for directing me there.
Sure.
Go ahead.
And Mr. Crespin, with respect to the 10-year amortization of the rebates that was approved in SPS's last TEP, SPS earns a return at its WACC on that regulatory asset, correct?
Yes.
And its WACC is 7.17%?
Yes.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. I was still looking at Ms. Martin's testimony. From that case with regard to calculation. prior to the stipulation. Okay, any further questions for Mr. Crispin? Hearing none, Mr. Crispin, thank you for your time, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Let's see. Ms. Barrett, I have had inquiry from our Records Bureau chief about your filing that. Did you also submit that? I just thought you were going to put the testimony with the numbers in the Dropbox.
I didn't know if I could do that without refiling an amended version of the testimony. So that's why I had my paralegal refile it, and I didn't know if we had access to the Dropbox.
Yeah, people have been putting corrected things in the Dropbox and the responses. I allowed Ms. Lynch to provide, I think the exhibit stickers were missing. So I just wanted to try to make it easier. So I allowed her to just put them in the Dropbox, so I can allow you to just put the page numbers in and put them in the Dropbox unless there's an objection. And since there's no objection, I'll let the Records Bureau chief know the answer to her inquiry.
Yes, thank you. She can disregard that.
Very well.
And may I ask a question? Should I remove the original exhibit or add this one and give it a new name? Correct.
Well, hopefully you don't have the ability to edit my box. Please let me know if you do. You weren't supposed to get that ability, but I don't claim to be the guru of Dropbox. But I will take care. I have been assuming that responsibility, but I appreciate the offer.
Okay, so I will upload a new exhibit with the title corrected and the current date.
Well,
Corrected
I just
exhibit
want
one?
you to have the corrected exhibit that has page numbers on it.
Okay, I'll take care of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Madam
Mr.
Chair-
Rossi.
Madam Hearing Examiner, before we take the next witness,
Yes,
would it be
Ms.
okay
Yule.
if I'm excused at 4 p.m. Mountain Time? Ms. Hardy will remain on, but I do have to go back to Austin.
Okay,
Thank
very
you.
well.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Safe trip.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Rossi, you have another witness.
Yes, ma'am. We can power through, or does Mr. Lee need a break?
We ready for a break, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right. It's 3:30. Let's take a 10-minute break. And I believe just for, as I used to refer to them, I think they call them trailers now. I refer to them as previews of coming attractions. We have 2 more witnesses, and I only see 10 minutes of cross-examination for both, or including both. I have a few questions for both, so I'm thinking we're not gonna, we will definitely finish before 5, if not before, shortly after 4. So, okay. We'll come back at 3:42, and just remember about not Dropbox, but YouTube. Are we ready, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Judge.
Very well. I communicated during the break with the Bureau Chief of Records, and pursuant to your direction, Ms. Barrett, they are disregarding the filing. And I have not yet gone to Dropbox to put it in there, but I will do that. And I believe now, Mr. Rossi, you have another witness.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, staff will call Ms. Agata Malik.
I have, there you are, Ms. Malik. Good afternoon.
And good afternoon, hearing examiner Hurst.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear Ms. Malik?
Ms. Malik, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. Rossi, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Ms. Malik. Could you please state your name for the record?
Absolutely. Agata Malik.
And how are you employed?
I'm an economist in the Utility Division of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission.
As part of your duties, did you review this application?
Yes.
Did you prepare testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have a copy of that exhibit labeled Staff Exhibit 2?
Yes, I do.
Is this your testimony prepared by you?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to that testimony?
No, I do not.
If I asked you the same question today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Are your answers true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Are there any attachments to your testimony?
Yes, there is one attachment which lists my case experience.
And is that also prepared by you?
Yes, it is.
Staff will move to admit Staff Exhibit 2.
Any objection to what's been identified as Ms. Malik's direct testimony as affirmed by her here today and labeled as Staff Exhibit 2? Hearing no objection, Staff Exhibit 2 is admitted. Mr.
I have no
Rossi.
further questions for this witness. She is available for cross-examination.
Very well. It is my understanding that, let's see, Mr. Salin waived his allotted time for cross. That brings us, Miss Lynch, to you. And you have 10 minutes allotted for cross-examination. So
And
you can.
We don't have any questions.
Okay. Ms. Barrett, have you attempted to send the Dropbox link? Can't hear you.
I just uploaded it just now. And
Okay.
it appears to have worked.
Okay, I added it and I will delete your other one subsequently. Well, Ms. Malik, everyone understood your testimony. I do have a few questions for you. You are also an economist title, but you're in the Economics Bureau.
That's
correct?
Yes.
So where Mr. Crispin's duties were more accounting, are yours, can they be characterized as more related to policy?
Yes.
And part of your responsibilities in this case were to review SPS's TEP with an eye toward rule compliance.
Yes, that's correct.
And you didn't find that the TEP necessarily was not in compliance, did you?
That's correct. There was one area pertaining to coordination with suppliers of transportation fuel where we felt the company should have provided more detailed information. We did make that request, and in their rebuttal testimony, they agreed to do so moving forward.
And I see that in your page 22 of your testimony, in conclusion section, where you're concluding that SPS was largely in compliance with the requirement, but staff has recommended additional information about strategies and measures for coordinating with existing business locations that sell and dispense transportation fuel to the public in its next TEP and future TEP plans, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you have any specific metrics that you thought they should report on, or how is that strategy and measure coordination? I mean, did you give them any guidelines?
You know, that language that I've included there is actually the language that is included in the rule itself. We didn't receive in this application really any information to suggest, you know, planning or coordination, perhaps, I don't know, co-locating a charger, for instance, near one of these other locations. We simply didn't receive any specifics on that. We ran actually into a similar situation, I believe, in EPE's TEP as well, where there was just not much information provided by the company.
Well, Did you provide any specific metrics or guidelines of information that you'd like to see in the EPE case?
No, we did not, although we could certainly consider doing that.
Well, if they're not going to provide it and you think they should provide it, don't you think you ought to have some guidelines to tell them what you'd like to see?
That's a fair point. The rule doesn't actually go into more specificity than the language that's provided in my testimony. But we could have some discussions and look at perhaps providing those guidelines or specific metrics we would like to see in the future.
Do you know whether or not that there might be some requirements or guidelines to provide this kind of information, either on some other jurisdictional basis, some other state, some federal reporting?
I don't know the specifics of that, but I can certainly look into whether those sorts of details are available.
But you didn't in this particular case?
No.
Just seems like we're getting a whole lot of information from experts in this case, and references to all of these studies that are being done and in other places and even here in New Mexico. I mean, did you look at those reports that were attached? I think it may have been the CCAE witness, but the New Mexico specific truck report and car report. And do you see those?
I did review them as part of preparation for this case. I think in terms of making my recommendation, I was looking at compliance with the rule and no additional level of specific metrics or guidelines was provided by the rule. That's not to say that information wouldn't be helpful, both obviously to everyone involved in the proceeding, but also the company in moving forward.
Okay. Do you know, did you work on the P&M case?
This is my first TEP case that I've worked on.
In preparation for this case, did you go back and look to see, since you had some information on EPE, did you look at P&M's case too, to see what kind of information that they provided with regard to that category?
I did read through both, but forgive me, I don't have that level of detail that I can report at this time.
Okay. I was intrigued by your answer on page 17 of your testimony. You're answering the question posed at line 2. Does the planning outlook include planned or potential integration with neighboring public utility transportation electrification planning and possible strategies for coordinating with rural cooperatives, tribes, and pueblos, if any? And at line 6, you say yes, the build out of the public DCFC network as part of the New Mexico NEVI plan will require SPS to coordinate with rural cooperatives regarding the location of DCFC chargers at the edges of its service territory. And you footnote Mr. Cunningham's testimony. That was your testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any information on how that might be accomplished?
Not at the time of the review. No, there was not additional information beyond what Mr. Cunningham had included in his testimony.
Did he say anything about, oh, well, we're going to have 12 meetings and they're going to include these people?
No.
Okay. So again, we don't have specifics on how this coordination is going to occur.
Not
right?
at this time. Not at this time, no.
Do you know whether or not, other than PNM, EPE, and SPS, whether any other utility or cooperative or municipality is required to file TEPs?
I do not know.
Did you hear the testimony earlier today about a discussion? I believe I'm characterizing this correctly, that there's some kind of discussion by Public Service Company of New Mexico that related to grid modernization and talking about what I interpreted to be some type of cooperative effort regarding hosting of EV infrastructure.
I'm so sorry. Could you just repeat your question?
Sure. I heard from a witness earlier today, and it makes me think of it could be related to this coordination effort regarding service territories and getting fast charge that had something to do with EV cooperation and implementation in a bigger than service territory framework.
I think I heard a little bit about that discussion. Was this also in the context of deciding when to make distribution investments and the proposed rulemaking? I just want to be sure that I'm thinking of what you're thinking of.
And I don't want to go too far because I could be remembering it correctly. So I guess I would just shortcut it and say, are you aware of any cooperative efforts between utilities and the other entities listed in this question having any communications with regard to EV and transportation electrification?
I'm not aware of the details or whether the frequency of those discussions, if those are taking place, but certainly I think that that may be a good idea as part of these coordination efforts.
Okay. I think that's all the questions I had for you, Ms. Mallett. Hearing Examiner Greenkamp, do you have any questions for Ms. Mallett?
Yes, Hearing Examiner Hurst, yes, just a couple.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Malk.
Good afternoon.
I just have a couple of questions for you, sort of picking up a couple of threads that we've been following through the proceeding thus far. I think my main question, you refer several times in your testimony to the SPS's projections for EV adoption in its service territory. So I know you referred to it on page 13. You talk about their forecast for EV adoption, and then as well as page 17. And one of the questions that we've had for a number of witnesses is, are you concerned at all that these projections for EV adoptions might be overly optimistic, or do you think they're more reasonable at this juncture? What is your take on what the company is forecast for the next 3 years?
I would probably echo some of the sentiments raised earlier by various interveners that perhaps the projections are overly optimistic. I think also in one of the questions for the interveners, I think we had asked whether the need or demand for these investments was such that they could be funded outside of the TEP, and I believe the company's response was no, that there isn't a current need or demand for this level of investment.
Okay. Now, just a couple other small questions. On page 12 of your testimony, you were asked the question, does the TEP include strategies and measures for expanding transportation electrification among low-income customers and underserved communities? You said that yes, it does, and that SPS had identified a 15% budget carve-out. The Department of Justice, as you're probably aware, has proposed or recommended, I think, a 40% budget carve-out. And so I was just curious what your opinion of that recommendation is.
I think this was mentioned earlier as well. I think there are certain budget constraints when designing these programs that would allow, let's say, if there was very high interest from low income or underserved communities to reallocate funds from other programs to these programs, but not the reverse. So I think, the 15% is a floor, not a ceiling. And the company does have, I think it's 20% flexibility. So if they wanted to go beyond the 15% they've proposed, they certainly could do that.
Okay. So your concern is if the budget floor effectively is raised to 40%, then that would make it potentially impossible or very difficult to essentially move those funds around if some of those programs are undersubscribed. Is that fair?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. All right. And then my last question to you, sort of along the same lines as far as what the interveners have recommended. There's a question on page 13 of your testimony about whether the TEP includes strategies and measures for expanding transportation electrification across multiple EV classes, including personal and commercial light duty, medium duty, and heavy duty EVs and electric bicycles. And as I'm sure you're aware, what we've talked about throughout the hearing over these past 3 days, several of the interveners have recommended going a bit further than what SPS originally proposed and offering on the hood rebates for EVs, as well as rebates for e-bikes. Those would be, I think, income qualified. Can you give me your opinion of those if you've read that in the testimony?
Yes, I believe in prior TEP applications. I believe staff's position was that this might be outside of the scope of the EV rule. However, the commission did approve rebates in EPE and P&M's plan. So that's certainly something that could be included.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Malik. I appreciate it. It's very helpful. And that's all I have. Hearing Examiner Hurst.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Kreenkamp. And I probably should have asked Mr. Crispin. But since Hearing Examiner Kreenkamp just asked you about the budget proposed plan expectation. And you can answer if you know. Staff didn't file any rebuttal testimony, did it?
No.
Some of the proposals did you read the rebuttal testimony?
I did.
And some of the rebuttal testimony has proposed changes, including potential increases to the proposed budget, hasn't it?
My understanding was, I know the company had agreed to reduce the amount of the home charging rebate, and I believe they were going to use some of those funds to fund an outreach program with community partners. So I don't know that would necessarily require a budget increase.
If SPS chose to adopt the Prosperity Works recommendations with regard to the on the hood purchase rebates and the funding of the e-bike program, that would cause an increase to the proposed budget if they weren't reallocated, if funds weren't reallocated from other parts of the budget, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Would that cause staff concern?
I think we would want to know what the impact would be on ratepayers, yes, before making a recommendation.
Well, I mean, do you think there should be a limit, Ms. Malik, to what ratepayers are required to pay on these proposed DEPs?
I think that's certainly one of the factors that goes into determining whether a program is well designed and in the public interest. It's hard to make a recommendation for or against a program without knowing what impact it would have on the various rate classes.
Did staff ask for that kind of information and discovery in the case?
I believe we did ask, we made discovery requests asking for additional information from the company. I don't believe we submitted discovery following rebuttal testimony, no.
And according to Mr. Crispin, you didn't do some of the analysis of what staff's proposed recommendations would make. Did you?
I did not look at the budget impact aspects of this case, so I don't have that level of detail, unfortunately.
Okay, very well. Mr. Rossi, any redirect for Ms. Malik?
Yes, ma'am, very briefly.
Go ahead, sir.
Hearing examiner Korean Camp was talking with you about the low income programs, the differences between the 15% and the 40% floor versus ceiling. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the rule budget flexibility 17.9.574.14 in this applications to expand transportation electrification section?
Yes.
And within that budget flexibility, can you explain what direction you're allowed to move money, what direction you're not?
Absolutely. I can actually just read from the rule. Part A, it says inter-program budget flexibility may not be used to shift funding from a dedicated low-income program to a program for standard customers or any customer outreach and education programs. Inter-budget flexibility between different low-income programs or into low-income programs from other programs, including low-income programs, is permissible.
So money can be moved in, but once allocated, it cannot be moved out of the low-income programs. Is that correct?
And that is correct. That's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Any questions for Ms. Malik? Hearing no verbal response. Ms. Malik, thank you for your time. Appreciate your testimony, and you are excused.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you. Mr. Rossi, you have another witness.
Thank you, ma'am. Staff will call its last witness, Dr. Jimenez, Dr. Edison Jimenez.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jimenez. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm fine. And you?
I'm okay. Mr. Lee, would you please swear in Dr. Jimenez?
Dr. Jimenez, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Rossi.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Edison Jimenez.
And how are you employed?
I'm an economist in the Economist Bureau at Utility Division at PRC.
As part of your duties, did you review this application?
Yes, I did.
And did you prepare testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have a copy of Staff Exhibit 3?
1 second. I'm in a, yeah, I have a
And
document.
can you identify that?
That's my prepared direct testimony.
Was this testimony prepared by you?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to make to that testimony?
No, I don't.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Are your answers true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Are there any attachments to your testimony?
I do have 3 attachments.
And were those also prepared by you?
Yes.
At this time, staff will move to admit Staff Exhibit 3.
Dr. Jimenez, if you're asked the same questions today that are contained in your testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they will.
Any objection to what's been identified as Staff Exhibit 3, Dr. Jimenez direct testimony as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, Staff Exhibit 3 is admitted. Mr. Rossi?
I have no further questions for this witness. He is available for cross-examination.
Very well. All the cross-examination for Dr. Jimenez has been waived. However, I do have a few questions.
Yes.
Which usually aren't considered cross, but sometimes I guess they could be. Dr. Jimenez, what were your specific responsibilities? Ms. Malik indicated to me that you are the case coordinator for this case.
Yes, I am.
And so what responsibilities do you have as case coordinator?
Well, to resume or to brief, I will say divide mostly of the research analysis we are going to do about this case. So we basically split in economics and accounting factors. And so I assigned accounting to Tyler because he's in the county bureau, and Agatha and I took things that we consider related to the economics bureau. And besides that, I organize meetings, and I coordinate research or analysis for this case.
Okay. And I had asked, especially on some of the issues relating to feeder upgrades, replacements, and/or voltage replacements. I had asked Mr. Crispin whether or not you had an engineer on this case, and he told me no. Is that correct?
That's correct. We were not assigned an engineer, but we had some doubts, and that's why we by ourselves find the opinion of one engineer about the feeders.
Okay. What specific in your testimony you are discussing the proposals, and have you been listening to some of the testimony previously?
Yes.
You know, I've had some questions regarding the time windows for the EV optimization and managed control for the optimize your charge program. Did staff have any concerns about the new time window as it related to this program?
Initially, I want to clarify in the process, they have been mentioning the window is from 12 to 12, but in the direct testimony of Murphy, I believe his mentioning is from 11 to 11. And to answer to your question, no, staff doesn't have a concern about this. We consider it's good because it's a long period, it's 12 hours. And as many interveners point out, there are chargers available right now where you can program them to charge during this lapse of time.
You indicate on page 8 of your testimony, giving your position with regard to the proposed residential portfolio, that staff is in support of the residential portfolio programs, correct?
Yes, we support SPS proposal.
So you thought that the proposed number of participants and the huge increase in number of participants from their current program was realistic?
If we see the budget for the residential program is not increasing so much compared with the past TEP, the section of the budget increasing a lot is commercial. And yes, staff has some concerns about this forecast. I mean, we certainly don't know if we are going to be in that place in the future, but we could say the same about any forecast, you know?
With regard to your analysis of the commercial portfolio,
And with respect to, in general,
you recommend the proposed commercial portfolio, generally subject to the changes that witness Chris Bean's already testified to, correct?
yes, I did.
I had a question with regard to the proposal on the DCFC, which it's my understanding that SPS is not going to continue to own any more DCFC infrastructure, are they?
Yes, that's the proposal. They are not proposing to own more than the ones they already own from the past TEP.
But if they've had such a low participation rate in their current TEP, do you think that eliminating any potential option to increase DCFC chargers is a good idea?
Well, they are not closing all the door. They are leaving it open for rebates for private companies that want to sell these DCFC chargers. So I believe that that's an option.
Right, but if they added that option to also continuing to own some DCFC or develop some new DCFC, you don't think that's a better option?
It could be good. I don't know. It could be better. It could be good.
I wanted to ask also about your testimony with regard to the advisory services portfolio. And so you're discussing that, and then on page 13, you say the residential, this is line 7, the residential advisory program aims to provide SPS's residential customers with actionable insight into EV and charging costs, ownerships, and the buying experience and process to improve EV adoption across the region. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes, it is.
Can you clarify for me what actionable insight is?
I believe the company manifest in one of the witness testimonies that one of the barrier for this TP has been the lack of knowledge for the in the population, especially in low income. So this actionable insight, this term I'm mentioning here is give them like more deep knowledge about what the company offering, what's out there, how much costs an EV, how much you are going to get for a EV rebate from the state, from federal, from us, if it's in the case that is approved for this case. So like a deeper.
So basically knowledge.
Yes.
further on down the page, at line 15, you testify about 4 proposed strategies and suggested improvements to the program. And the second category of advertising and media, you say, focusing thoughtfully on channels with the best results in the current TEP 2022 through 2024. That's your testimony?
Yes.
What did you consider were the best results in this program?
Well, they have some homepage to advertise these programs, and they have different options. And I believe there is a measure that for number of views, for example, if you put a homepage there for consulting for populations, you can measure how many people have seen or read the page. So that's what the company is meaning, like they will focus in this channel with more reach.
Well, are you suggesting that they do something differently?
Well, I'm not suggesting that's what they mention in their testimony. They say they will focus on that. I'm rephrasing.
Do you have any suggestions to how they might try to improve their participation levels through any other channel?
I don't know really. I believe what they were proposing was in the public interest.
Further, on this same topic on page 14, you are I guess saying what SPS is proposing to change to place a dedicated staff member within its service territory who will directly interact with customers and communities to educate them about the programs offered by SPS, and therefore help customers to reach their vehicle electrification or charging goals. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
Did you get any information about what the qualification of this person would be, or what their hours would be, or how they actually are going to accomplish this interaction?
They didn't mention these details. They mentioned it will be a person with some knowledge on this, but how many hours this person will be in the region, like these kind of details, they are not provided by the company.
Well, on page 15, your recommendation or position is that you support their portfolio, right?
Yes.
And you agree that the changes are going to improve communication with the customers and provide better information to a wider range of customers, don't you?
Yes, I believe so.
Well, what do you base that on if you don't have any information about the qualification of the person they're going to hire, or how many hours they're going to work, or how they're going to interact with giving the potential information?
Well, I base this just in the fact that having a person out there giving information, because it seems like right now they don't have this person right now giving information outside. Just to having a person outside giving information to the population, I think is a good factor and it's something to consider. And also is something have been done in another invested owned utilities in New Mexico.
believe, Dr. Jimenez, that's all the questions that I have for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Examiner.
Hearing Examiner Greenkamp, did you have questions for Dr. Jimenez?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Go ahead,
Hearing
sir.
Examiner Hurst. Good afternoon, Dr. Jimenez.
Good afternoon, Hearing Examiner.
I just have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
I think you mentioned on questioning from Hearing Examiner Hurst that you were responsible as the case coordinator for this case, and that in that position you were responsible for the economic side of the case. Do I have that right?
Yes, Agatha and I took the economic side or part of this case.
Okay. Now, does that include reviewing bill impact on ratepayers?
Yes, and I believe I include something of that in my exhibit 3.
Yes, you did. You did. And I only asked you that just because I wanted to make sure I was directing my question to the right person. One of the questions that I'm sure you've heard us talk about is this issue of rebate treatment, and whether it should be amortized for how long. Are you concerned at all? Would you be concerned at all if the commission embraced an approach with respect to those rebates other than what the company has proposed? So if we, for instance, we went with, I think it was New Mexico Large Customer Group was recommending, I think it was them, who recommended a 3-year amortization option, and then the Department of Justice recommended expensing the rebates in the same year. Would you be concerned about bill impact if either of those was selected by the commission? Let's put it that way.
Well, I have not done the analysis of that, but I could say that if we reduce the amortization or periods of these expenses from 10 to 3 years, we're going to have a higher EB rider. So the bill impact immediately is going to increase a bit more. I cannot tell you certainly right now how much, but just for the fact for passing from 10 years to 3, we're gonna have impact.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me also ask you about when in your testimony on page 10, you talk a little bit about the proposed commercial portfolio, and you talk about the EVSI program. And there's been discussion throughout the case, and there's been some concerns raised by some of the interveners about SPS retaining its SPS-owned EVSI option as opposed to essentially the rebate. Are you concerned at all about, I think you recommended approving the portfolio, at least with respect to that. Are you concerned at all about that issue, about the impact to, I guess the impact to the market that the interveners have raised?
Yes, I recommend with that, and I stand with that. I mean, I support that still.
Okay. And then my last question to you, on page 8 of your testimony with respect to the residential portfolio, I believe that you recommended approval of the portfolio as it was proposed by SPS. And my question to you, though, is a little bit more specific. One of the other issues that we've talked about is the elimination of the EVAAH program. And there's a concern about, there's two folks who are currently in that program or enrolled in that program, however you want to phrase it. And it's not clear how those current participants will be handled. Do you have any recommendations for the commission on that issue?
Well, I want to point first that we share the same worriness for these customers and our team. In many of our meetings, we were considering these two customers, and we were wondering what will happen with them. And that's why we submit discovery questions asking what will happen with these two customers. So right now, I mean, many ideas. I don't know. You could propose to try to sell them the equipment to them. You know, they have been already paying 12 per month already. So you could to try to treat that like an advance payment to the equipment and try to resell them to them. That could be an option. The other option could be they continue, but it wouldn't be probably optimal for the company to continue this program for only two customers. But yeah, we share the same worthiness for these customers.
Now, if I heard you right, I thought I heard you just say that you had submitted some discovery requests to the company on that issue.
Yes.
Is there a reason why I guess you didn't really pursue that issue in your testimony, or was there something that you received through discovery that sort of put your mind at ease on that issue?
Well, the answer was not very satisfactory. We were expecting more like a exactly answer what will happen with them, and was mostly vague. Was like we will see, we will work on that, but I didn't consider to include it in my testimony. But because at the end the program has no show that is optimal, that is not convenient, and also as the company manifested, there is not even electricians to install these chargers. So for many reasons, the program shouldn't be continued.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it. Hearing Examiner Hurst, back to you.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Camp. Mr. Rossi, any redirect for Dr. Jimenez?
No redirect. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions based upon our questions? All right, I'm not hearing it. Dr. Jimenez, thank you, sir, for your testimony. You are excused.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon, everyone.
The same to you, sir. Anything further from staff, Mr. Rossi?
Staff has no further witnesses or evidence to present. At this time, we rest.
Very well, thank you. Okay, well, does anybody have anything procedural that we need to talk about at this particular point? I believe Hearing Examiner Camp, we have a few issues that we would like to discuss regarding briefing for this case.
Yes, we do.
And so we have 4 issues. I believe we decided upon that we think ought to be included in post-hearing writing.
I have 3 Hearing Examiner
Okay.
Hurst, but I probably miscounted or omitted something when I took my notes.
Do you want to go ahead and set those forth?
Sure, these 3. And the items for briefing that I know we have interest in. The first one is with respect to the rebate treatment options. We'd be looking for what legal authority supports or weighs against the 4 proposed rebate treatment options, such as they were. The second item relates to the proactive distribution investments. Similarly to the rebate treatment options, we would be looking for what legal authority, whether that's precedent or statute or something else, supports or weighs against making these proactive distribution investments in this TEP proceeding outside of a general rate case. And then the last of the three items for briefing that I have is the EVAAH program and what legal considerations the commission needs to consider for the ongoing participants associated or enrolled in that program.
And I think you're correct. Hearing examiner Greencamp, that's what my note indicates. Was just trying to locate.
I would just add, just for the sake of the record, obviously there are other issues involved in this case, so this is not limiting the parties briefing those other issues that were raised, but those items in particular, it's important that we make sure we get some briefing on those.
And I think that's a very good clarification. I was just trying to find my note from the pre-hearing last Friday. I believe at the pre-hearing, I had indicated that initial briefs in this case were going to be due on August 29th. And then I thought I had set a date, but then I remember Mr. DeSalen asked me if I could move it. And is that right, Mr. DeSalen?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I believe what the date to change was the date for the response brief.
Right. And did I change it to the 11th?
Yes, I believe that's true. Actually, no,
12.
I'm not sure what the date
I
was
think
for the
it's,
response brief. It was
if I may, I think that Ms. Hardy is right. I think that it was September 12th.
Okay. So August 29th on the initial response briefs on the 12th. In consideration of Mr. DeSalen, I still had it at the 6th. So it's actually the 12th. Post-hearing writings, proposed findings, jointly if possible. If not, you could submit separate ones. Any post-hearing writing the parties choose to make, they can make. However, the 3 issues we want briefed are not discretionary.
Madam Examiner?
Miss Hardy.
One question, thank you. So when we set the initial briefing deadline, we were expecting to have the transcript this Friday, but we've continued the hearing through today. So I'm wondering, so we won't have the final transcript until Monday, but I'm wondering if we can at least have one more day until the 30th to do our initial brief.
Okay. Is that all right with you, Hearing Examiner Greencamp?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very well.
Also, Madam Examiner, I
Hi,
wanted,
Mr. McMillan.
hello. I wanted to clarify, when you say that those issues are mandatory, is that mandatory for the parties that have taken a position on them? At least one of those issues, I know that Oxy has not taken a position on.
Well, I guess that seems to make sense that, I mean, you're probably talking about the EVAH,
Yes, Your
AA, I wrote down incorrectly. EVAAH. If you don't think that you can provide knowledge, experience, and appropriate legal argument on that issue, you're excused from that issue, Mr. McMillan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
If I could just flesh that out just a little bit, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
Yes,
So
sir.
just to clarify, I have no problem with that ruling. My one thing, it is at least important that SPS brief that issue. We do need some briefing on that issue, because I know that not many of the parties did stake out a position on that issue. But it is, I think, important, at least for SPF or SPS.
Yes, yes, Hearing Examiner Greencamp, I totally agree with you. And the requirement to answer the bench request and for SPS to brief this in no way, shape, or form indicates that I think SPS is going to throw the, is going to do something nefarious to these two customers. It's just that you have to understand, if you want us to recommend that that you be allowed to discontinue this program, you have to tell us what's going to happen. We have to be able to tell the commissioners, because we're going to get asked what's going to happen to these two people. Plus, we have to know. I mean, again, it's not intimating anything with regard to the company's intention. Miss Hardy, Miss Yule, Miss Yule's on her way to Austin. But do you understand that, right, Miss Hardy?
Yeah. Yes, I
mean,
do.
okay, yeah. We just need details so that we're going to know that. Okay, anything further with regard to post-hearing writings, when they're due, or anything else to do with the hearing? I guess I just have one more thing, Miss Hardy. How soon do you think I'm going to get my information on my other two bench requests? This week?
Yes, definitely this week. I'm hopeful
Okay.
tomorrow, but it could be Friday, but it will definitely be this week.
Okay, very well. Appreciate that. Anything further from the parties? I don't hear anything. Let me express my thanks. First of all, to our court reporter, Mr. Lee. Appreciate you, sir. Couldn't do this job without you. Hearing Examiner Korean Camp. It's fun to have somebody actually to work with and not be by your lonesome, and especially with your participation. So I want to thank you. And let me express my thanks to the parties for participating in this. I know it's gone on longer than we thought it would, but I'd like to think that you've provided important information on a topic that, we're just building the foundation of this house. And I think it's really good that we have a strong foundation so that we can only move forward from here and appropriately evaluate the information, the legal requirements, and the responsibility to the public interest. So thank you all very much. And if you don't have anything, Hearing Examiner Korean Camp, I can say that we are adjourned. And hope everybody has a good evening, and look forward to reading your legal briefs.